Well, welcome everybody to the to the last day of the workshop. We are now beginning the third and the last day of our workshop of students, economics and management. Today we have three sessions. Yes, the first one is dedicated to invited papers. We have authors from Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Norway. So we have 4 presentations. It's a quite long session. So we ask you for the presenters and commentaries to keep your presentations on time. Yes. So well, we have each presentation is about 20 minutes. I will let you know when you have 5 minutes. It's okay for all. So we can start with our first presentation that will be given by Giuseppe Catenaccio. Welcome, Giuseppe. You can start sharing your presentations if you want.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, just
You
put it
can...
full screen.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon here in Europe. My name is Giuseppe Catenaccio. I'm an assistant professor in marketing at ICN Business School in France. And I'm very happy to be here today to present my ongoing research. I'm still at the very early stage regarding passengers' preferences for higher rail speed services in a duopolistic market, the case study or a case study from Italy. I will just start by providing a few elements about the background of the study. And it's the following: the European Union has recently developed or opened what is called typically the fourth package. That is a profound transformation. New entrants are entering in the rail passenger markets across the EU, and new entrants are challenging the well-established, typically government-owned monopolies that were and still make most of rail passenger services. The idea of the creation of a EU-wide market, a little bit like the regulation in the aviation market 40 years ago, mostly in the US, and then more recently, something like 20, 25 years ago in Europe. And the idea of this kind of policy is to increase the number of services, both national, cross-border, and international, to provide better services thanks to competition, and ultimately, but not really the least, to reduce prices, ticket prices for the users. What is very interesting in this setting is that, as probably or very likely is a very new area, new field, unlike aviation, for which we have a lot of knowledge and countless studies on how travelers choose a flight with either airline. In the case of train services, this kind of knowledge lies mostly unexplored. Therefore, one of the major goals, or the underlying goal of the present research, is to raise awareness on the novelty, first of all, and the relevance of the field. I believe we need to learn customers' expectations and preferences for rail services in such a new, competitive, and hopefully very dynamic setting this is about to come. So the major research questions that this first empirical study is trying to address are the following. First, what are the effects of the train operating company itself, so the different players in the industry, the price of the ticket, and the length of the trip on the traveler's choice of a high-speed rail ticket. You'll see below what I put as a picture from the liberalization timeline for high-speed services in France. There was a monopoly until 2020, and starting from this year, there is a real change or at least a theoretical real change on open access competition. But I'm not going to study the French case. I'm rather focusing on the Italian case, not only because I'm originally from Italy, but more importantly, because for now almost 10 years, Italy has a real competition on high-speed services. It's still a duopolistic market, so basically two major players, but still there is something that is well established, and an independent operator called Italo is basically challenging its governmental-owned counterpart called Trenitalia, or Trenitalia's Frecciarossa brand, with roughly equivalent services on main high-speed routes. It started operating in 2012, and Italo has obtained almost an equivalent market share than compared to Trenitalia's Frecciarossa on the routes where it operates, which can be, I believe, particularly interesting to analyze as a setting to unravel passengers' preferences in such is a first step for the moment, but still a multiplayer market. So my research went through several steps. The first was the analysis of the tickets and the offer, what kind of offer customers are provided with at the moment. And I took as a comparison, and to make sure it's more as comparable as possible, a major route, which is the one from Milan Central Station to Rome main station, and an economy class on a specific day, a weekday, Friday morning on the 1st of October 2021. And as you can see, a little bit like airlines, if you want to take a high-speed ticket on this route, well, basically you have a timetable available with mostly equivalent time speed. You can see 3 hour 40 minutes, 3 hour 15 minutes, and so forth. Different arrival times, obviously, and different prices. Now, just a note, you can see here Trenitalia that is systematically more expensive than Italo. It's not necessarily the case at all time. It's sometimes also the opposite. Now, I run an experimental study, an online conjoint analysis on a sample of travelers, 150 people who travel in Italy at least once a year on board of high-speed services have participated in the study. You can see here certain figures about the major descriptive sampling statistics. And there we go with the conjoint analysis. You can see on the left-hand side the attributes that were used, the price, the length of the trip, the train operating company, and also the scenarios that were analyzed. So people had to read first a leisure scenario and then participate on a cards game. You can see one of the cards on the right-hand side with the price, the length of the trip, and the train operating company, and then the different attributes and the different levels that were used. Overall, if you consider 4 kinds of price, or 4 price analyzed, 3 for the length of the trip, 2 operating companies, and 2 scenarios, that makes already 48 cards, which is 48 tickets if you want, which is already quite a bit. So the 24 ticket propositions, I just clarified that were 24 in the business scenario and 24 on the leisure, were afterwards dummy coded according to the above 3 criteria and used as independent variables of 2 linear regression models. So we used, or I run this 2 linear regression models to estimate how the ticket price, the length of the journey, and the train operating company influences travelers' purchase intentions on a high-speed ticket. So next to display each single ticket, respondents had to assess the likelihood to purchase it on a 5-point scale, spanning from not likely at all, the lowest degree, to very likely, the highest available. Just one detail I would like to highlight is that the use of dummy-coded regression implies the identification and the exclusion of 3 baseline categories, namely the price, and I chose as a category or baseline category the lowest price, 57.90 euros. The train operating company arbitrarily used Frecciarossa as a baseline, and the length of the trip the shortest one, 2 hours and 59 minutes. So let's go to the results. The use of a baseline category is very important because all the coefficients you can see here on the screen must be compared to the baseline category. So if, for instance, I take the last one, the length of the trip, 3 hours, 9 minutes, the coefficient, in this case, not significant, must be compared in terms of the likelihood to purchase the ticket, compared, to the baseline category, which is 2 hours and 59 minutes. So if I go to the results, now I have a very high adjusted R-square, so a very high predictive power, and I highlight here certain results that I believe particularly interesting. Now, I have to admit that it's not usual to consider non-significant results as probably the most interesting out of this study, but it's true that the train operating company Italo compared to Frecciarossa make absolutely no significant difference in terms of the likelihood of purchasing the ticket. And similarly, a longer travel, a longer trip of only 10 minutes does not decrease the utility or the perceived utility by the customers, by the respondents, and therefore the purchase intentions. On the other hand, if you see higher prices, clearly there is a strong decrease in terms of purchase intentions by the respondents. I run the same analysis for the business scenario, and we have almost equivalent results, very high adjusted R-square, no impact of the train operating company in the choice of the different tickets. The price, a small difference. So we have here a price of 59.90 euros. The baseline, it was 57.90. So a €2 difference in terms of price does not make any change or does not influence significantly the purchase intentions. On the other hand, a 10 minutes more trip out of roughly 3 hours is already decreasing the preferences and the purchase intentions for the business scenario. So I go slowly towards the end of my presentation by showing that existing and new players are considering entering the industry on domestic, cross-border, and international routes, not only in the case of Italy that I try to focus on because of the existence of such competition for almost 10 years now, but if you consider the French Vigo has entered operating low-cost, high-speed services in Spain a few months ago in May 2021. So we are facing a new European-wide market with preferences, and we observe here that compared to aviation, where the brand is an important factor in choosing a ticket, in the case of railway services, it is not the case, which really would challenge the possibility of considering, really importantly, the passenger research on passengers' preferences with ride services important in such a competitive environment. And to date, this kind of research is basically inexistent. In the study at hand, 2 high-speed rail operators have existed in Italy for almost 10 years, what I just said a minute ago. Still, they seem interchangeable in the eyes of the travelers. The reason for this lack of distinction in the eyes of passengers and therefore clients at the end is still unknown, and further research, that will be certainly the next steps of my present work, will try to unveil such behavior and such motivations for the consumer side. Interestingly, the ticket price and the length of the trip influences passengers' likelihood of purchasing a train ticket. A tiny difference in terms of price has basically no difference, but a slight time difference in this case influences travelers' choices for business trip, but not for leisure. Next, the Italian passengers market is unfortunately not yet a purely competitive one, but is only duopolistic. So we cannot really attain a kind of decision or a kind of configuration that will possibly obtain elsewhere in other countries or everywhere in Europe in the future. But still, This is a first step in this area, in this promising, I believe, area, and it made possible to unveil travelers' purchase intentions in a context where competition is already a real reality, and thus not for a few months, but really for a long time, almost a decade. If I remember correctly, Italo started operating in spring 2022. So basically we are 9.5 years. Further research should also test the effect of travel class. We only analyzed economy class, connected services at the departure place and at the railway station of destination, and then departure and arrival times should also be considered. In the present study, I only analyzed departure time, basically more or less at the same time in the morning, and therefore, if you consider half hour or a little bit 40 minutes difference between the fastest and the slowest service, there is not really difference, and this was also to put some controls and to control for external variables in the experiment. Next, since we're speaking about a EU-wide market, country-specific expectations should be examined, as well as the country of origin effect, especially in cross-border markets. Italo and Trenitalia are essentially Italian companies, but I just spoke a minute ago about the case of Ouigo in Spain, so a French company entering Spain. Unless I'm mistaken, or to the best of my knowledge, an Italian company is also partly Trenitalia, but not only is going to enter in the Spanish market as well. So we're speaking about a very mixed configuration with several variables to be understood and to be analyzed. And then I repeat here my fundamental idea, and the fundamental goal of the research is to raise awareness on the novelty and the relevancy of this, research area. I believe that we still need, and we need to put efforts in trying to learn customers' expectations and preferences for rail services in the forthcoming competitive setting. This is the end of my presentation. I would really like to thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to comments, suggestions, and input from your side. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariman, to you, Giuseppe, for the interesting presentation and for adjusting perfectly to the time. Thank you. Well, now, we are going, the comments will be given by Martin Falk. Martin, are you ready? Hello. Hello, Martin. Well, you have 5 or 7 minutes for the comments. Yeah. You can
Giuseppe,
start.
Thank you. Giuseppe, thank you very much. This paper was a clear presentation for pointers. It's a topic. It's competitors to compare the willingness, the purchasing intention for the 2 different competitors. I have a few suggestions. One suggestion is first to the method. You use OLS, and if I understand it correctly, the left-hand variable is Likert scaled, right? Is it from 1 to 5? Yeah. You know, I would do a robustness check and do ordered logic and ordered prop. It is very easy to do. Another thing I would do, I do not think that it will change much the results, but OLS is a little bit sensitive to outliers, and the variables is ordinal. So I would also see you have 48 options, right? 48 for each individual. It's in conjoint analysis, it's standard that you account for individual effects. You know, you can do this because you have, this is then goes a little bit into random, into conditional logic models you can apply a little bit. I mean, you can do more from the econometric side, yeah, with this conjoint analysis, because they have diversified in the methods in recent years. I just would like you to look at it. And you know, I like your topic very much. The long distance train travel is a time will with and you have interesting future. I want French green city trains, you know, or not, because this maybe you can add to your future list whether their willingness to for electricity, because there is discussion about which should win. Then I would like to go back on surveys. There is a line like we have not used and it is accepted. There
It was only me,
Yes.
or there was a connection issue?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I think so.
I assume this is yeah.
Martin, you should close
me?
your camera.
Yeah. So, the online is that there is a little bit is so your people see results very journal. You think where to you go on to a transaction or whether you want to go to tourism channels. So I had more on the list. Maybe I share this bilateral because my time is over. Yeah.
Go ahead, Giuseppe. I don't know
Yes.
if you can.
Hi, Martin. I thank you very much for reading the paper and for your feedback. Unfortunately, there were some issues in terms of the connection, so I lost most of your feedback, and I would be very grateful. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I would be grateful if you could share with me, even just I can send you an email, my straight email address, so you can, if you have even just some very rough notes, whatever, I would be very grateful, because of course it can be very important and interesting for me. And I followed you only in the first initial part where you spoke about the robustness check and the conditional logic, or to bring elements for econometrics, and I will definitely consider this point. Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you. Can I ask a question? Is Zoom a little bit unstable? Is it me or is it for all of you? Because I'm in the middle of Stockholm. The Wi-Fi is very good.
I don't know.
It's not good for me as well.
Okay, so probably it's from my side, from my school.
No, I have difficult also to hear you, Martin.
Yes.
Yes, me too.
It was so general.
Yes.
So it's
yes. For instance, now we don't hear you properly. Probably you have to go out and read.
Computer. It's okay.
Okay.
So
We can hear you.
You cannot hear me. Yeah, good.
Your voice is
Interrupt. Good.
Thank you, Martin. Well.
Is it better now? You mean now?
Yes. Yes, yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Good. But the time is now finished and we follow with the next paper, right? Good. Sorry for this.
Yes. We have few minutes if you can. 2 or 3 minutes you can. Wow, okay.
Ibiana, you're muted.
We are moving now for the next presentation. Analysis of tourist behavior according to the accommodation choice.
Yes,
Who is
it's
the
me.
presenter?
Me.
Okay, Isabel. Hello,
Hello.
Isabel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, you have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Yes.
You can share your screen.
Yes,
and
I'm
go
going
on.
to. Here, I'm going to. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, I'm going to present it. Okay, it's now. Okay. Well,
Excellent.
my name is Isabel Carrillo Hidalgo, and I come from the University of Jaén in Spain. I'm going to present this research that is called the analysis of the tourists' behavior according to their accommodation choice. Well, firstly, we have to understand that tourist demand has been studied extremely in research. So it's very interesting because it's better to understand the interests of tourists and to facilitate the management of both of companies and also for tourist destinations. The emergence of new types of accommodation, such as those that are offered in a collaborative moment. Now, I'm going to hide Zoom. Yes, now. The emergence of new types of accommodation, like those that are offered in a collaborative economy platform, have changed the tourist behavior. So they want to minimize their spending on accommodation, and also they want a more authentic local experience. During the last decades, there seems to have been a change in the preference of these tourists related with the place they choose to stay, and also the duration and the planning of the there are very few studies that analyze the behavior of these tourists based on the choice of the accommodation, as we can see in the literature review. So what we decide to do, the aim of this research is to explore the different differences in the behavior between tourists who stay in hotels establishments compared with those who choose the rural buildings or other types of accommodation. In order to achieve this objective, this paper presents two different hypotheses. The first one is that the behavior of tourists staying in hotel establishments differs from those staying in rural tourist lodgings and other types of accommodation. Also, in the second hypothesis that we suggest is that there is a significant difference in the spending patterns on tourists staying in hotel establishments compared with those staying in rural ones and in other types of accommodation. Well, and regarding to the literature review, we have seen that it has been confirmed that the behavior of tourists is one of the key aspects to understand the current market trends. The preference when choosing a tourist establishment are variables that influence the desired experience. And over the past few years, the emergence of accommodation market on collaborative economies or on peer-to-peer platforms has brought about a revolution in the market. It's a breakaway from the traditional accommodation system. And why? Because of the cost, firstly. Secondly, because tourists want to enjoy a more authentic experience of the local environment, and because there is a stronger bond with the places tourists visit, and they are more wild to repeat their trip. So about tourist spending, it's a very interesting variable in the management of tourist destination, because analyzing the demand from this point of view provides the opportunity to reorient the marketing according to its target audience. So it's important to clarify that tourist behavior may vary depending on the accommodation chosen, the mode of travel, the perception, and the expectation. One of the aspects that has not been discussed indeed by the literature, by the scientific literature, is the comparison of tourist behavior considering the preferred accommodation. It's been proved, it's true that tourists who stay in hotel have higher daily expenditure and they contribute more to the national GDP than choosing who stay in private accommodation, such as housing or collaborative economic platforms. So given all this observed trend in which this later type of accommodation is obtaining popularity among travelers and represent a very big, it has a very big importance for the local population in many tourist destinations, we must know how it's the behavior of tourists. Well, when we go deep in the methodology of our research, the case study, it's made in Jaén. It's a province in the northeast of Andalusia, in the south of Spain. It has 638 million inhabitants, an area of 4,500 kilometers. It has the largest area of territory protected by declarations of natural heritage of any province in Spain. It has the largest network of castles in Spain also, and its gastronomy is strongly linked to the extra virgin olive oil. And it's an emerging tourist destination. Here we have different graphics with the ones that we have here in the downside. We have to see that after the financial crisis that ended in 2010, 2011, we can see that it's a growing trend, especially in the tourists that visit the province in rural accommodation. About hotel establishment from 2017, we can see that the growing trend, it's not going up, it is going out. It is going down. And what about the daily expenditure in the province of Jaén? Here, this graph compares the average daily expenditure in Jaén with the average daily expenditure in Andalusia, that it's the blue one. The different conclusion that we can reach, firstly, is that the daily expenditure in Jaén is bigger than in Andalusia. And also that from 2016, there has been a decreasing trend, okay, in the average daily expenditure. What about the data collection and the proceedings? Well, to verify our hypothesis, we have conducted a survey using the computer-assisted personal interview. The survey was divided in different sections that we can see here. Somebody's talking or not? I have listened something? No?
Isabel, go on, please.
Okay, perfect. Well, and we have, this is the sample size that was 430 valid surveys with a 4.72% of sampling error and with a 95% of confidence. The normal distribution of the quantitative variables was confirmed by means of the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. The type of accommodation was reflected through a question with 18 different options. But at the end, we determined 3 types of accommodation. The first one is the hotel accommodation. The second one is rural tourism accommodation. And there's another type, other types of accommodation that includes different categories of hostel, residence, campings, houses or apartments that are offered by friends, family, or private companies. The differences between these 3 groups of accommodation were analyzed by means chi-square test and demand weakening. And these analyses were completed with a post hoc comparison to find out which pairing of groups yield statistically significant difference. Well, and after knowing how we have worked, let me see the result that is the main important, or the most important part of the research. Well, firstly, let me see, we can see different tables and we will see the result. Firstly, we analyzed the areas that were visited according to the types of accommodation. What happened? The first thing that we saw is that people who stayed in hotel establishment visited mainly La Loma, Sierra de Cazorla, and the city of Jaén. Also the cities of Úbeda, Baeza, and Cazorla. What about people that these are urban sites, the ones that are towns and cities? What about rural tourism accommodation, people that stay in this kind of accommodation? Obviously, they used to go to a destination related with nature and and rural tourism, like Sierra de Segura, Cazorla, some places and destination next to Torre del Vinegar Visitor Center, and also the Condado. See that no one visited towns and cities like Jaén, Linares, Úbeda, or Andújar. And other type people that stay in other type of accommodation, they choose different destination without a trend or a specific trend. They go also to rural natural areas and also to different towns. Then about the characteristics of the travelers and the traveling group, they are all 50% more or less male and female. The age is that the older group is the ones that stay in hotel establishment, followed by the ones that stay in rural tourist accommodation, and lastly, the youngest are the ones that decide to stay in other types of accommodation. About the level of education, see that people that stay in hotel establishment has the 37%, the biggest percentage is for the ones that stay in that has a high level university education. Then for rural tourism accommodation, the percentage, the biggest percentage is for people that with a mid-level university education. And the tourists that are accommodated in other types of accommodation are divided with the equal percentage that people who has secondary school and high level of university education. And what about the employment situation? We don't have we have a similar behavior in this sense, and most of them are currently working. Then about the mode of travel, the vast majority of the three situations, they make a trip, the trip with their partners, and see that the 33%, if we add these three values of people that stay in other types of accommodation, they make the trips with their families. The biggest group is for those that stay in rural tourism accommodation. Well, then, and what about the preferred means of transport? The preferred means of transport in all the types is go with private car. But look, there's something that we need to point out, that the caravan is used by the 13% of the tourists that stay in other types of accommodation. The number of nights, it's the biggest number of nights is for people that stay in other types in accommodation. And look, that tourists stay in rural establishment will not spend nights outside the province. It's the red one that I have found here. Then the differences in visits within the province of Jaén according to the type of accommodation. Look, that people that are accommodated in rural tourism accommodation are less likely to visit cities like Jaén, Úbeda, or Baeza. And those who visit Jaén, Úbeda, and Baeza, they stay in hotels. They prefer to stay in hotels and other types of accommodation. Then the differences in overnight stay in the overnights that people stay in the night of in the province of Jaén. There was no major differences in the overnight stay, with the exception of Sierra Mágina, where an 11% of tourists stay in rural tourism accommodation. They stay overnight compared with the 0.9% in hotel or the 0.0% in other types of accommodation. Well, the difference is in the aspect that most influence the decision to travel to that area in Jaén. The main difference was that tourists that stay in hotels, also in rural tourism accommodation, and in other types of accommodation, the aspect that most influenced the decision were supplements and travel section on print media and outdoor advertising, so our classical media. And look, the red numbers that I have colored here is that it is interesting that the social media has a little influence in the decision to travel to the province. Then about the differences in the marketing channel and the organization of the trip. Firstly, we asked how did they arrange the booking of the trip? And look, the people that stay in hotel and rural tourism accommodation, they only booked the accommodation. And people that stay in other type of accommodation, the vast majority did not book or purchase any products before the trip. And what about the channel that they use to book or to pay the hotel accommodation? Most of them, in both in the three situations, they use the page that are specializing in hotel reservation, like Booking, Expedia, etc. It's bigger. They have most select this option by people that stay in rural tourism accommodation. Also, their own web page of chain page of the hotel are selected by those that stay in the hotel establishment. And look, this 21.7% of people that choose to stay in other types in accommodation that use other internet alternative to book their or pay their hotels. Then this table is very, very, very interesting because we analyze the differences in the expenditure during the trip by type of accommodation. Look here, the first one, the daily spending in accommodation. Tourists that stay in hotel spend more. Look, and by mean it's 8.1 euros more than rural people that stay in rural tourist accommodation and other types in accommodation. Then when we analyze the different items for spending and when we make a trip, people that stay in rural tourism accommodation are the ones that spend the most in eating, in culture, in guided tours, in gifts, and in other, the same proportion, people that stay in hotels and also that people that stay in rural tourist accommodation. So when we analyze the total daily spending, the ones that spend the most, it's true that are the tourists that stay in hotel establishment with 162.65% euros. But look, we have to understand that more or less the 50% of this budget is spent in accommodation. So when we analyze, we have to clarify that at the end, people that are accommodated in rural tourism accommodation are the ones that spend more throughout the territory. Then when we studied the differences in the motivation for the trip by type of accommodation, well, it's very previsible because people that stay in hotel establishment, their main motivation is urban tourism and also cultural tourism. What about people that stay in rural tourism accommodation? Obviously, they look for the rural tourists and ecotourism and tourism related with nature. And no one has selected urban tourism, obviously. And about other type of accommodation, they it's like we can say that they don't mind. They focus their attention in rural tourism, also in cultural tourism, also a bit at 12% in urban tourism. But look, there is a big motivation, a big incentive to visit friends and family. And about the activities, things that we have to focus, things in which we have to focus our attention. Firstly, people that stay in hotels and establishments, they spend their time going to museums and monuments. They are the ones that use the most the tourism office of the city, of the province. And then about people that stay in rural tourism accommodation, they usually go to natural parks, recreational parks. Also, they go to monuments, but look, it's the smallest percentage that says that they are going to museums. And about other types of accommodation, they prefer to go to monuments and to museums. Look at the activities related with sport, with olive oil tourism, and with health and well-being. They have very, very, very little people that select this option. Then about the differences in attendance at events and by type of accommodation, there are any notable differences between these options, and most of them select older events, not related with the ones that we asked for. Then in table 13, also there are no major difference. It's true that the vast majority of the tourists, without considering difference between the place or the kind of accommodation, most of them they buy artisan food products that usually it's olive oil, extra virgin olive oil. When finally we can achieve the conclusions, and with the result obtained, we can confirm the hypothesis that suggested at the beginning. Firstly, the first one is that the behavior of tourists staying in hotel establishment differs from those staying in rural tourist lodging and other types of accommodation. It's true that the place and area visited is different. People that stay in hotel tend to visit urban cultural destination, and people that stay in rural accommodation goes to natural environments and natural destination. About the age, the older tourists are those that stay in hotel. The way of traveling usually is as a couple, and the people that do not stay in a hotel usually travel with the family. The longer duration of the trip is for people that stay in another types of accommodations. The mean of transport is the same, it's the private car, but we have to say that people that stay in another types of accommodation tend to use caravans also. The media that most influence the decision to travel is the outside advertising, and the social media has a very little influence. For booking and paying the trip, the big difference is in people that stay in other types of an accommodation that tend to do a little planning of their trip. And also for motivations of their trip and for the activities, there are differences related with the type of accommodation that they choose. For the motivation, something that we have to remark is that for another types of accommodation, people that stay there goes to visit family and friends also. And about activities, so people that stay in hotel and other types of accommodation tend to go to museums and monuments. And for rural accommodations, people that stay there obviously visit more natural parks and natural monuments. And finally, for the second hypothesis, there is a significant difference in the spending patterns of tourists staying in hotel establishment compared with those staying in rural tourist lodging and other types of accommodation. Look that people that stay in hotels are the ones that has the highest average daily expenditure, then followed by the rural people that stay in rural ones, and the people that spend the less are people that stay in other kind of accommodations. We have to understand that the biggest item in all this budget is the price accommodation. So at the end, people that stay in rural tourist accommodation are the ones that spend the highest without considering the price of the accommodation. So at the end, these are the ones that spend the most in the territory. And with this, here I finish my presentation, and I open to listen to your consideration. And if you want to ask me something, I'm here to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Isabel, thank you very much for your presentation. You kept perfectly within the time. Yes. Well, commentary will be provided by Leonello Franco Punzo. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
I'm here virtually.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for your very detailed presentation. And I think, the juice of your paper really is twofold. Okay, on one side, we get a lot of information. You draw a lot of information from a limited set of interviews, 400 something. And on the other hand, I mean, really, your paper answers the question, who is our tourist or the tourist visiting Jaén? And which is quite an important question, of course. Do you hear me at all? Yes? Viviana? Matteo?
Yes, it's
Yes, yes,
perfect.
we
Yes,
listen to you very well.
we are listening.
Now, what I'm saying is that the major question you are addressing is really what is the profile of the various visitors to Jaén province. Now, I think it is quite an interesting question because it shows how ignorant we are about the people we're talking about. But I think the sustainability literature, which is still in a sense infant in economics of tourism, is really leading into a different direction. That is, the sustainability literature is asking, well, who is our visited, our guest? That is why in the following I have a paper which looks at the guest. Now, I think this is a serious information which is missing. And while yours is one more addition to something that in a sense we already know. That is, in fact, your discussion of the relation between chosen rural accommodations and the activities and the expenditure patterns of the people is very similar to something that my friend Salvatore Bimonte has been doing in the area of southern Tuscany. Now, there are more things to say, but I will have to reserve lots of them for my presentation later on. And as I said, let me repeat this. My main point is that the paper is very informative, but we're still missing a lot of information about the visited people. That's it. That's it.
Okay, thank
Chair
you.
Romulo.
Thank you, Leonello. Isabel, you have the.
Okay, well, thank you, Leonello. It's very nice to listen to you because it's a lot of time that I don't see you. I remember once time ago that I see you here in Jaén, and it's very nice to listen to you. And thank you very much for your consideration. I will answer you. I think I have understand you because about the difference of the language that is not my native. I think I have understand it more or less. Firstly, you told me that we have analyzed the profile of the visitors, and I have understand that you said that you have missed a bit the connection with the sustainability vision, isn't it? Yes, we have considered this for a future investigation because we understand that the first step is to know the behavior of these tourists, but also about the expenditure, because for looking for a sustainable development of tourism, we need to look for the tourists with a minimum of quality, the quality of the tourists. So these tourists will be those that spend the most in the territory, and this will allow us to take some decisions to see which kind of tourists we want to attract to the destination. Also, you told me that we have missed a lot of information. It's true. This is a very, very big research that we have made, and we have divided the information in different papers. And look, we have only here limited time, so we have missed some information. If you want to know more about all the data that we have, we can talk together and we can explain to anyone that needs this information. And there's the second question. I don't know if I have understood it very well. You said that the relation with these rural people that stay in rural accommodation, in rural accommodations, and the relation with the activity patterns have been studied also in the South Tuscany, isn't it? So if you could, then I will write in my email. If you could send it to me to check and to see that work, it would be very, very interesting.
Okay, for
I
sure.
don't know if
I will have to ask Salvatore to send. But I think Pulido knows all about it, I think. Anyway, we are party of friends.
okay.
But my role was essentially el abogado del diablo.
Okay, yes. It's your work here. Don't worry.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just got up and
No, don't worry.
Coffee yet.
Yeah.
It's too early for me. Okay.
No problem.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a few minutes if anybody wants to ask something. Well, thank you, Isabel.
Bibiana, do I have 5 minutes to make and drink my tea, please?
Oh, you are the next presenter.
I know.
Yes, Lionello.
Let's try. Okay. May I
Well,
have
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you give your presentation now, or you are the next?
Yes, I'm saying, may I have 5 minutes to
Okay.
for my
Okay.
drink, okay? Just 5 minutes.
Well,
Okay.
well, if anybody wants to put some questions to Isabel or perhaps to Josep.
If somebody wants to go deep with any aspect of the research, I'm here to tell you whatever you want.
I have a question for you,
Yes,
Isabel. Yes, how do you lead with the issues of endogeneity in the estimations? Because we can, I think, for example, the supply of some accommodations in some places, maybe if you have some problems to lead with the endogeneity, with the endogeneity of the by the side of the supply, I said.
Oh, yes. Well, it's true that we didn't have too much problems. Only we have to deal with the special characteristics of the offer, the accommodation in Jaén. It's true that the rural accommodation it's mainly concentrate in an area that it's in the northeast of Spain mainly, and in places with related with natural tourism and rural tourism. So this perhaps made to people, when they answer about activities, about the motivations, makes them to be more related with this kind of tourism. And the hotels are more concentrated in the cities. And also, it's true that the offer of, if you remember one of the graphics that I attached in one of the slides of the presentation,
Yes.
the accommodate people that visit Spain and they are located in hotels are decreasing from 2016. And it's true that the offer in hotels in the province it's not too big. And we were talking the other day with people from the administration, the public administration, and what they told us is that the evolution and the development of tourism here in the cities are stagnant, I think, because of the offer of hotel, that they don't grow up, and we need more beds, and we don't have them. I don't know if I have asked you, if I have understand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Well, anybody wants to put some question to Isabel? Okay. Let's see.
I am back.
Oh, you're back. Perfect. Do you want to share your screen? Have you presentations? You can start when you want. Leonello?
There is no PowerPoint for the second for my presentation. I will only have a more or less a presentation, wordly presentation, okay? Vivian.
Okay.
Now, the paper that I sent for this event is in a sense enough a secondary or primary product of my intervention of a paper that I produced for the Encyclopedia of Tourism, edited by Boalis, that you probably all know about. And unfortunately for me, I will never do it again. Contributing to an encyclopedia is more complex than writing a paper, because they give you strict word space. Like originally, the paper, the entry was 1,500 words, so that mostly my argument was disappeared. Now, so that in fact, that's why I went back to the paper and rewrote it out, and probably with the project of write it in full. Now, the paper was about host and guests, and as you just heard before, in my comments, my brief comments on Isabel and Polito's paper, I am more biased, and I am in a sense more interested in looking at the guest rather than the host. Sorry, I'm sorry, it's exactly the opposite. I am more interested in looking at the host, that is the visited, than to the visitor. I think that the reason why I am more interested in the host is basically because most literature, and Isabel's paper is an example, most papers really look only at the guest, that is the tourist or the visitor. Now, of course, I'm not saying that the visitor is a known profile. That is why I fully justify and am quite excited about papers as informative as Isabel's. But still, I'm more interested in the host. And so the paper originally, the entry originally was host and guest. Now this concept goes back to anthropology, and tourism anthropology. It was invented by somebody in 68, and then in 78, Mrs. Verlane Smith. Okay. So I think it is important because it stresses to use this concept is very interesting because it shows that there are two things at which we tourist economists should be looking at the relation between the two and the composition of the two communities. The composition of each community. Now, what I did not say at Isabel before, on Isabel's paper before, was in fact my conception that both community, both host and guest are structured communities. That is, we have to look at exactly the composition of each one. Now, the Smith concept shows that on the other hand that the composition is our vehicle to look at the cultural difference between the two communities, the community of guests and the community of hosts. That is why from the economics of tourism, I was led into economics of cultures, culture in the anthropological sense. That is what I'm doing now. Basically, I'm working on the economics of culture. And I think it is the one case, the economics of tourism is the one case where we are not allowed to not to remember the importance of anthropologically interpreted culture onto the relations between two communities. So we are no longer allowed to use the representative agent because we should have two representative agents at least. So this was something that disappeared from the entry because it was too long to be presented in a few words. And then the second part of the paper is about what are the resources involved. So that, we have two communities, they are involved in, they can be thought of as being involved in a strategic game between the two, and but in fact it is more than two. We know what is, there are solutions clearly defined for games between two. The problem is that the game between two is even has even more players. On one side, you have a listed nature that that is the set of resources which have some tourist relevance. So at least the game is between three. When it is played between three, that is the host, the guest, and nature, it is really what we think of as the sustainability game. Now, I thought then I didn't want to play this game in the paper. So what I tried to do was in the last part of the paper was to represent a game with players within the two or more players within the host population. And so there I'm using a very well-known concept of sustainability, where I'm saying that, you know, there is a social optimum and there is a private optimum. I'm analyzing when these are two compatible and what is the effect of a growth of flows on the social optimum and private optimum. Now, this part was particularly inspired by the fact that recently we had a volley of reactions of residents, guests, hosts, that is in Florence, in Venice, in Barcelona, against the further growth of tourism. I was trying to represent basically what happened in these cities, you know, with a very simple game, with a very simple strategic game, and basically that's what it is the paper about. Now, to conclude, we have two games. At least you have host, guest, and nature. That is the so-called, what I call the sustainability game. And this, in this game, the result of this game was a vast literature on sustainability of tourism. And then we have another game where the community of the host splits up in those who gain from tourism and those who do not gain are even penalized by the growth in tourist flows, which is the one I'm talking about at the end of the paper, basically having my concepts like tourist carrying capacity. And as I said, you know, there are two inspirations for this paper. On one side was host and guest, the anthropological idea, which I came across time ago, and we've been working on it with Salvatore Binote for quite a while. It is, in a sense, I personally feel it as my and Salvatore's contribution to economics of tourism, having imported the notion of the anthropology of tourism. And the other inspiration is basically why should the Barcelona person react negatively to the growth of tourism? Okay, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you, Leonello. Well, your comments will be given by Glauber Santos. Thank you very much, Glauber.
Thank you, Viviana. Thank you, Leonello, for the presentation and for the opportunity to read your paper. It's a very short paper. Now I understood also the relationship between this paper and the entry in the encyclopedia, which helps me to understand. The discussion in the paper is very elegant and concise and precise. It's a very short paper, but with a lot of information and with a very precise description of the facts about over-tourism and conflicts between tourists and residents. So the discussion is really really good. So the paper goes the paper is about looking to the over-tourism. I'm saying over-tourism, but in more general terms about the relationship between residents and hosts. Look into this issue as an externality problem or an externality on common resources problem, which is, I think it's a very precise way of looking to things. I really think that the media and scholars from other disciplines should look to this economic perspective, which is very helpful to understand the problem. However, maybe because it's a very short paper, at the end the model is not completely described here, right? So I got a few questions in the end. There was one diagram which I think is not in fact representing everything you said in the text and in your presentation. So that's where I got a few questions. But well, just for the sake of discussing the big issue, you end up suggesting that according to this model, conflict and over-tourism protests might happen when external costs increase up to a point where there is no social equilibrium, right? The social costs might go too high, and then conflict happens. Well, I think that's theoretically a possibility. In theoretical terms, that's a possibility, but I'm not sure if that's really the case. I'm not sure if that's really what happens in Barcelona or in Dubrovnik, or I'm not sure. It might be the case, but I would also think about other two options, and I would like to listen your thoughts about, because you said that conflict happens when external costs are too high, but if it's not too high, you consider that the private sector might bargain with residents, with the other residents, the other part of the population, which does not make money from tourism. They might bargain, but I think that in several cases, what happens is that they do not bargain. They do not bargain because maybe there are no way of doing this bargaining. There is no coordination. There is no market for bargaining these external costs. So I think that's one alternative explanation. And a second thought is which I'm also not certain, but it could be the case. It could be the case for me that the protests against tourism and against over-tourism, I'm not sure that they are a majority opinion, or maybe they are just a noisy minority opinion. So I saw a few sort of research and sort of news information on that, saying that maybe most people from Barcelona, for instance, maybe the majority would still support tourism, but then there is a minority, a noisy minority doing the protests. So yeah, I would like to listen to your thoughts about these two alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonello.
Can I answer or can I? Glauber, it's very complicated. One should be in the heads of the people. But in my own experience with Salvatore Bimonte, we have a paper and we have interviews time ago, which are, I think, published also in Spanish, but by a Portuguese or Brazilian journal, that show basically that the growth of tourism, for instance, in a city like Siena, okay, which receives, the province of Siena receives 50% the amount of people that go to Jaén. That is 5 million people per year. Even there, the majority is against the growth, further growth of tourism. So in principle, I think, let me explain the nature of the exercise. The nature of the exercise assumes on one side you have a private sector, and then on the other side you have an unrepresented fiction that is the social, what is the social net social cost, which is nobody cares about, okay? But in a sense, it is it reflects the behavior of the people, of the general people. Now, one side, the bargaining is allowed in the sense that as long as the private optimum and the social optimum, they have some non-empty interval, the private sector can buy up the approval of the society, okay? On the other hand, the thing is that if they get further away as a result of the growth of tourism, perhaps this bargaining option disappears. Now, you put it in a sense, you put it in terms of the existence of the market, but the private sector already has a market with the society. These are his employees, his outsourced activity, the laundries, something like that. So lots of people benefit from the growth of tourism, from the presence of tourism and the growth of tourism. Just that the society as such, in that case, I was trying to represent a case where the society as such reacts against the growth of tourism. And I think it is I mean, what is exactly in the minds of a Barcelona person? I don't know what is it, but I have a feeling that it is what I say. But of course, you have to, one has to, as a tourist economist, has to try to explain to explain what is happening in Venice, in Florence, and in Barcelona. You have basically the fact that instead of in a big city, tourists are hidden. In Paris, in Roma, in Milan, there are lots of tourists. Okay, Paris is already the greatest attractor, touristically speaking, but the tourists are confined into a little piece of the city. Even in Prague, if you keep out of the main square, and you hardly see any tourists. These are big cities. Unfortunately, Venice, Florence, Barcelona are no longer big cities, and so that you step into, you walk into tourist steps in any case, almost anywhere you go. Okay. So I was trying to capture this, and there are lots of other explanations, of course, but basically the explanation is that the tourist flows increase, makes rents more expensive, so that lots of people are made to leave the place. But this is part of my story, no? Gaba, did I answer everything you said? I'm sorry, this is 8:30 for me.
Yes, very interesting thoughts, Leonardo. Thank you. Very, very interesting debate. Thank you.
The idea was basically we used to live here in Barcelona, Venice, or Florence. Let's take Venice. The Venetian used to live in Venice. Now they have been expelled from the city, and how do they react? They react with whatever measure they can take. This is what happened in China a time ago. Now, eventually, the private sector has the bigger voice. And so eventually, the only represented people are the private sector people. Okay, finished.
Okay, thank you very much, Leonardo. Very interesting. Well, we are moving to the last paper of this session, which is Airbnb regulations and COVID-19 pandemic, from Martin Falk and Miriam Scaglioni. Who is the presenter? Who will be the presenter?
I'm the presenter. Miriam, right? I'm the presenter.
Okay, Martin. Okay,
Good.
Martin. Thank you.
I start sharing the screen now. I hope you can hear me now. And
Yes.
I have restarted my computer. I'm not talking with headsets, so you should understand me, and I hope we have no problems. So the title of the paper has a little bit changed. We only focus on the Airbnb regulations and not on the COVID-19. It's a joint paper with Miriam. We're working on this paper quite a while. It is in some way related to the previous presentation, because it was a little bit about the strong increase in city tourism we had in Europe before the pandemic. All cultural cities got more and more tourists. And one of the reasons is Airbnb, because it was easy to get an accommodation in the city for a good price. And there's a lot of claims against Airbnb. One is over-tourism, we just heard about it. It's one of the reasons we had this anti-tourism protests. We had also discussion about rising rents, population displacement. We heard about Lisbon, that people had to move out of the city center because the owners wanted to have an Airbnb flat. And also there is a hotel lobbies, of course, not very happy about this. And there is a seminal paper by Service. You all know it's the most cited paper in Airbnb ever. Then, of course, there's an issue with tax evasion and unfair competition. In some countries, there's an agreement, in some others not. So, of course, there's a discussion that when you have in residential areas, then in the night people are coming, it's not so nice. And this is a change the mayor does not want. And it's Airbnb is called as a disruptive innovation. So there must be some regulations, and you can be a little bit more super strict, like Japan. Airbnb is not allowed. Boom, it's a full ban. Or you can be a little bit softer, like Geneva did, and a lot of European countries, cities also like Amsterdam, London, Paris. Barcelona was a little bit stricter, only a day limit, and you have to register, you have to pay taxes and so on, and it will be monitored, and there is a unit in the city who controls this carefully. And Geneva, I mean, is a good experiment because they introduced it 1st of April 2018. And this was then for the rest of the year, we had this regulation. And 2019 in April, they lifted a little bit. So we have our analysis is based on the period before and after. After is 2018 in April. And the control group are the other Swiss cities, which are in some way similar, like Zurich, Basel, and the capital, Bern. So, and we want to know, and I think also the city planners want to know, when they introduce a day limit, is it really the case that we take Airbnb down? The idea is Airbnb, we allow Airbnb, but not a complete uncontrolled growth without do this commercially. So this is the idea of the day limit. 60 days is fine. It was changed to 90. So we look at the impact. What is the method, or what is the aim is clear. We look at the regulations on Airbnb supply and booking, and the method is difference in difference. So why? We have 2 time periods. We have a control group before, after, and we have this control cities. We have 3 years. It's monthly data. It's individual level, and we have about 420 or 450,000 observations. And the control group are the 9 other cities. So what is new? What is really new? And this is, of course, a very important topic to outline what is the contribution of the paper. One contribution is the regulation is a little special because they only target whole flats and properties, and not a private room. You can also let a private room in your flat or in your house, only a little 15 square meter, and this is not included in the regulation. So we see, is there a substitution effect? Suddenly it could be that all people let their only a room. Maybe they let more, but officially it's a room. And then the other thing is a little bit the methods. We have a lot of indicators here. We have a bunch, 5 indicators, outcome variables on Airbnb, and some, of course, not continuous, or they are continuous, but they have a lot of zeros in it, zero observations. So you have to use methods which account for the zero observation, and this is for the number of reservations, a panel count data model. It's Poisson models you use, and for the 0-1 is the Airbnb flat active or not, you use the conditional logic model. So you will use proper fixed effects panel data models and not pool. So this is also a little bit novel because I will show you the literature. Look at this nice picture. We have it. It's in Amsterdam. It's a sign you should not make too much noise when you arrive in the middle of the night and going through the little cities with your bag behind, because it's super noisy. And this is the street side, is very funny. And the idea, you find a lot of discussion in Airbnb Watch in Twitter. So if you want to do analysis on Airbnb, go on this Twitter Airbnb Watch site and download the review in a text file and do text manner analysis. Before I come to the model, we have to look at the literature, because the literature is now very dynamic on the regulations, despite the fact we have very few foreign visitors in European cities, and I think also in North America. But Airbnb is not dead. It has only shifted to the countryside. There is still a boom on the countryside. So this modeling the regulations is not out. It's just will shift in the next years to rural areas or remote areas where people still do a lot of Airbnb booking and where is there need for regulations. So this is the literature which is available. It's published interdisciplinary. It's in regional economics and tourism journals, in geography journal. What is important to know is all studies use some Airbnb listing data at the individual level. Very few use, I have not seen aggregate data, because it's not possible. For difference in difference, you need in principle the micro data. And the data is AirDNA, or some use insider Airbnb data from the internet, which you get for free for all European cities in the world. So this is a nice database. We have a lot of studies for New Orleans, and you know why New Orleans? Because this was the first American city introducing the regulations. And the idea is always the same. You have a control group. In New Orleans, I think it was outside the city center, but it's maybe not so good as a control group. We have Yeong. They use the regulations in New York City, and the control group is Washington, D.C. This sounds a little bit more plausible, because both are large cities, and but one is cultural and one is government, maybe not so wise. But look, what is it when you look at these studies? It's there's no clear result. Yeong for New York, they find it's not so much the effect. It's a little. The regulation takes Airbnb a little bit down, but not to a complete extent. Valentin for New Orleans, they have a huge impact. And then we have the other Van Holm. They say, yes, it has only short-term effects, because in the longer run, it's Airbnb goes up again. So this is important to know. They found that their regulation works, but the effect is relatively small, and there is a little bit of variation. We have one for Barcelona. They use the insider Airbnb data from the internet. The founder of this website has taken some data away, but you can get them from the web archive machine if you want to do this. What you see is Barcelona. It's really not an impact on the regulation. Has really no impact. What you else see is maybe there is one study which is very interesting. It's from Bibler for the United States. They have modeled the effect of tax agreement with Airbnb. Some cities have tax agreements, some others not. It's voluntary, and this has very little effect again. So taxing is not an efficient way to do this, but the basic design is the same. You have two time periods, you have a control group, you have a treatment group, and you have control variables. There is one study by Mao and Yang. They have cross-sectional data, so it is very difficult to say what is cause and effect. So, I just finished the literature. There is another literature, because we have heard yesterday a presentation about regulation of are hotels and Airbnb substitutes or complements. And there is a literature, a sub-literature looking at the regulations in the hotel sector. Is the regulation, is the case that a regulation leads to a recovering of the hotel sector? Is the hotel sector benefiting from the Airbnb regulations? If they are competitors, or if they are substitutes or competitors, then there should be a different effect. If they are substitutes, they should win. And look at the results. They are published in all high-level journals, that the effects are relatively small again. So the regulations work a little bit, but not much. There's one in Journal of Urban Economics published on it's about the rental regulation and the housing market in LA. What they do is it's the only study not using DID analysis. They use a regression discontinuity framework. And what is this means? You have a sharp frontier or border in the city of LA, and Santa Monica or all these little villages next to Santa Barbara to LA, they have no regulations, and you just compare at the border, is there an effect between Airbnb, who are just on the other side of the border, and they found a huge impact on Airbnb. It goes down, but the housing prices are only affected very, very little. So this is the stand of the literature. The literature is booming, and as we still think it's will be more coming with the regulations, because it's not the end. There's a whole regulation literature now, and also people looking at the type of regulation. It's not so easy to classify or to distinguish between soft and hard regulations. So the model, we have two. One is a logit model, a fixed effects. The left-hand variable is the listing active, yes or no. This is the first one. Is it, if there's a regulation and I'm scared that they get me, or and I get a fine, I just delist my Airbnb. It's quickly done. Yeah, you could have done it in a minute. So then it's no longer available. It's no longer active. Yeah, this is you can do. The second one, we come to the next, and then we have two dummy variables. One is the post dummy for the post period, and then the interaction term between Geneva and this time dummy. Very simple, and then all control variables we have: number of bedroom or bedroom dummy variables, room type dummies, amenities, superhost, yes, no. And this is a panel data model, is conditional logit. So if you are never, if there's no change in the status left, then you are disappeared from the sample. You are automatically dropped. Yeah, it's models that change only if there is from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. So this is the first one. It's the conditional logit model. The control variables are of course huge with AirDNA data. The data is AirDNA, and the next regression we do, we have several outcome variables, and maybe this is a little bit of contribution to the previous literature. They only use 1 or 2 outcome variables, but we have 5: occupancy, monthly revenues in Swiss francs, number of reservation days, number of block days, and we have number of reservations. So we have 5, and the expected sign is, of course, that there should be an effect on Geneva, on Airbnb. It should go down a little bit, and the number of block days should go up. So the left-hand variable contains a number of a large number of zeros. This I said, maybe 20% of or something. So we have the fixed effects Poisson regression model. It's from Silva and Tenaroro, 2016, and this is a very robust estimator, and the hypotheses are stated here. So we expect that there is an impact. It should work, the regulation. Maybe it's not so large in magnitude. So we will see. Maybe this is the data you can buy from AirDNA. They are not so cheap, but they are in a better state than these insider Airbnb data from Mr. Murray, because it's you have to look hard to get revenues in here. Everything is available at AirDNA. Those who know, it's super convenient. So the data set is huge. It's the whole universities, the whole population of Airbnb listings in Switzerland. We have taken all these rural areas out because this is the motivation differs whether you go to the city. The city is shopping, culture, and so on, maybe a little bit business or conference, and rural areas. So we cannot compare. It's mountains and lakes. So we have taken this away. We only compare cities to cities, 10 largest cities. We have a fixed effects panel data model, so it excludes the listings where there is no change. Sample size is 430,000, and entire homes or flats are the majority, 165K other private rooms.
So a little bit descriptive statistics. So, you know, you should get a feeling for the data a little bit. This is the portion of active listing. So half of the listings are active approximately. So do we see something after the introduction of the Airbnb regulation in April 2018? And yes, you see a little bit. You see the orange line very clearly. Orange line is Geneva, and the other one, the control group, the 9 cities, are blue, and they have a higher occupancy, a little bit higher, not much, but a little bit at least. So there is a maybe that we find something. But now we look at the monthly reservation days, and with your eyes you see nothing. They look very parallel. It seems like, yes, some are not active anymore, but the reservation days, they do the same. Yeah? So we cannot expect much, but this, you know, we have such a large database, so you cannot see with your eyes, and this is a mean only. You know, we compare means, so it's we need a regression analysis. It's not enough to show descriptive statistics. This is another descriptive statistics. Occupancy, another outcome variable. Again, comparison of the means. You see nothing. Yeah, it's both go a little bit down compared to the 2017 summer, but there is the control group of the cities, the 9. It does not seems to be the case that there is that they have a better performance. So it's very interesting to see. And the final one, now I'm coming to the regression results. This is the monthly revenues, and again, there's a peak in summer. It's a little bit higher, the income. Of course, the people, the Airbnb hosts are traveling themselves, and they let their flat. They have to, but you see, there is not really a difference between the control group and the treatment group. Now, this is not a proof to show descriptive statistics. We need empirical proof. And what we see first is a panel logit model, a conditional logit model, and we see the likelihood goes down. It is 4 percentage points. What is the average? It's about 40% or 45%. So it's the effect is not large. You know, this 0.04 means 4 percentage points. This is a very low impact. So this reform, this regulation works. It's highly significant, but not much. And looking at the other indicators, unlike as in the descriptive statistics, we see clearly that the short-term regulation has a significant impact. All indicators, occupancy go down, revenues, number of reservation days, and number of block days goes up. Interesting, and this is our another result of a paper. It does not lead to an increase in demand for private rooms. You know, the private rooms are not affected by the regulation. They could continue the same way, but there is no impact. There's no, you know, our expectation was a little bit that you just change the declaration. You change to private room, but you give a flat anyway, a whole flat, because you have in Airbnb, you can use the chat function, and Airbnb never checks what you're doing. Yeah? They only want to have the money and the fee. Yeah? So this is the regression results. What is important to look at is the coefficient of this Geneva times post period. This is the coefficient in the logit model, in the conditional, and you, of course, look at the marginal effects, and this is the 0.4 and the 0.3. Very little effect, but highly significant. And to our surprise, private rooms also go down, even that they are not included in the reform. Number of observations is impressive, 430,000, and number of listings is about 14,000 for whole properties and 9,000 for private rooms. So this is the first results, and the second result here we do not show the control variables. Yeah, we only show the dummy, the interaction term, and here you have this is the expected counts, the interpretation. So you have a quantitative interpretation of the regulation effect. And what you see is regulation affects the entire homes, yes, but not the private rooms. It affects the revenues, it affects the reservations, it affects the number of days reserved, and it affects the number of days blocked. A number of days blocked is, of course, the opposite sign. Yeah, of course, you block your Airbnb flat more when you think there is check the number of days, and I have to be careful to what extent I let my Airbnb flat. So the results are very convenient, very plausible. I mean, not convenient. So it's come to the conclusions. It's 20 minutes are over. What we have done here is an investigation of the impact of the Airbnb regulations in Geneva. We have, this is of course a short-term effect only because the regulation has changed. So we had only the 8 months of the year 2018. We see that the regulation works, but it's a little bit mild if you have these day limits of 60 or 90. We have seen with Amsterdam, they started with 90, but then it went to 9 from 120 to 90 to 30. And now in Amsterdam, Airbnb is almost blocked. Yeah, it's so hard and it's not attractive to let a flat anymore in Amsterdam. They have only 2,500 listings anymore, and they started from 20,000. Yeah, because if you want to take Airbnb out of the city, you have to be more drastic than a day limit. There are tricks to continue, and it's not really. It's very hard for the municipality to check this that you follow the rules. Yeah, it's very time consuming for this. So we are finished with the presentation. You can of course do more. You can do panel quantile regressions. This exists. Also, it does, I think, panel, quantile, and count data regressions. If you want to go into this, spatial effects is maybe not so good idea if you include the spatial lagged number of revenues on the right-hand side, because it's endogenous also, and this is what we study. But the other right-hand variable, spatial lagged, makes sense. Longitude and latitude is there. In principle, it can be easily done. This is maybe some future work. So I stop here. Thank you for listening. If I'm happy we are happy for questions.
Thank you,
I
Martin.
stop share. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you, Martin. Congratulations. Very interesting your paper. The comments will be given by Giuseppe. Yes, by Giuseppe Catanazzo. So, well, Giuseppe, if you are ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for this very interesting presentation, very insightful. And it also allowed me to capture a few more details that perhaps were not straightforward to me in the paper, but I'm not an expert in the field. So it's also probably just understanding all the perceptions from their side. So in terms of general comments, I have to say that, as we know, the paper examined the effects on introduction of the Canton Geneva regulation for short-term rental and supply, demand and revenues of Airbnb facilities. What I found also very interesting in the study, and that's also something that perhaps is not so relevant from a scientific point of view, but for a practical, maybe yes, I believe so at least, is that we're no longer considering very high demand or very mass tourism areas. Geneva is clearly touristic. I've been living there for 10 years, so I'm pretty familiar with the place. And so, of course, it is touristic, but not comparable with other places, which could also provide ideas and guidelines for other cities that receive a lot of tourists, but still not at levels comparable to Amsterdam, Paris, or the other places you mentioned or you take from the literature. I also find the extensive data that is very interesting. And overall, apart from the few identified weaknesses the research looks interesting and well executed, and I wish you all the best with your future endeavors on this. Now, in terms of suggestions for improvements, there is probably one thing that I was a bit surprised that you did not consider a lot in your paper, and regarding the control groups, and that's the following. I just put a map of Geneva for those of us listening that are not very familiar with the area. So Geneva is just basically here, at the end, at the bottom of the lake, and then you have surrounding France. And in practice, I will not say everywhere in the borders, but the difference between the downtown and the France, so outside of where the regulation applies, is no more than 5 or 6 kilometers, or 10 in some areas. But that means that the urban area is pretty large, and it's a bit like the new regulation has had an impact, let's say downtown and some surrounding parts. But as soon as the border ends, or as soon as you have the border, so Switzerland ends, you have France. And I've just been checking, and the French cities or towns that have implemented regulations against Airbnb or to control Airbnb do not include any of the towns and cities living here or locating here. So I just wonder whether it would have made sense to observe as a control group also the difference between what happens in really Geneva and the other cities you mentioned, and you include in your control analysis, and also these surroundings that have basically the same population. Most people are just cross borders, and in terms of demand, it's for the city itself and not for other cities that still have pretty different characteristics. So this is probably the most important point that I would like to highlight, on which I believe, honestly, that perhaps there is room to do something more. And then another point, just more as additional controls or ideas just to bear in mind. The housing market in Geneva is particularly tough. And I just wondered while reading the paper whether the introduction of the new regulation also pushed property owners to take some kind of additional policies to track potential subletting or other equivalent practices. I know that you mentioned this, but I was just wondering, what about the different owners? And the rest, as you can see here, are more minor points or minor elements that I highlight. And then probably the only additional recommendation that I would give is more to stress on the outcome and the recommendations out of the paper. No, it's a tentative or it's a preliminary paper, but I could read it without any problem. Everything was again clear, but I would highlight a little bit towards the end the recommendations for policymakers in Geneva, and in this case it's pretty clear in terms of your results, but also from other places elsewhere in Europe or in other parts, both in Switzerland and abroad, that are spared from mass tourism, but still are facing and wondering how to deal with Airbnb or equivalent peer-to-peer accommodation services. I think that's all I noted and all I wanted to say about the paper. Again, I found it very interesting, very clear, and I thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
Thank you.
You have.
Do I have time to respond to Giuseppe? Do you have time? Yes?
Yes, of course, yes.
Many thanks for these wonderful comments. I fully agree. The border region, that Geneva is part of a larger area, and the suburbs of Geneva are actually in France. This makes an impact, and we have to discuss this. It can influence the impacts. I personally believe that most of the people want to stay in a city center, the Airbnb guests, because city tourists or Airbnb tourists, they book something directly in the cities because they are staying there 2 days or 2.5 is the average duration of city tourists in Europe. And they do not want to spend a lot of time with traveling. This is the plus of Airbnb, that you have listings directly at the hotspots in the city. So personally, I think this is maybe important and it's good. It was a little bit, I would say, whimsical that we did not consider the border region, but we have to discuss this. The other thing is the policy inclusions. Yes, I agree that the paper is a little bit too much on the technical side, and there must be a long discussion section comparing our results with the previous literature, and also what is now the policy implication for the city planners. Is it was it the 60 days good or not good, or should we do more? And the comparison also with other cities, or it would be important, their experiences. Then these are the two major points, I think, Giuseppe. Yeah, right, you said. So we will work on this, and this we want to get out the paper now quickly, because the regulation literature is now going wild. We have more and more papers on this. Otherwise, you risk that you have no novelty anymore.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay.
William, do you want
Thank
to
you.
say something?
I would like
Hello?
to thank, yes, no, I would like to thank the presentation of Martin, it was brilliant, and also Giuseppe for this beautiful advice to take care around Geneva Canton. And the fact why we have not this idea is because our institute buy all the data for whole Switzerland, but don't buy the limit. But our IT guy has a lot of discussion with RDNA. We are a kind of partner, even if we pay the full price, because sometimes we discuss the limits. You see the properties of the limit. But yes, it's very relevant. Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. That was interesting and useful.
Yes, very interesting. Well, if anybody wants to put some questions. If not, we are closing this session. We go to a coffee break, and well, we see you soon here. So I give the word to Veronica or Romulo for the closing.
Okay, very nice session. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And we will be back at 10:30 for the next session. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Sorry, good morning. Let me repeat again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the session. Let's start. It's 10:30. My name is Gabriel Marcuso. I'm the chair of this session, this very interesting session. I'm a professor in the Entrepreneurship and Management Department of Universidade Federal Fluminense. And it's really a great opportunity to be the chair of this interesting session where we have presentations from 3 different countries. So we have a very tight schedule as well. So let's stick to the time. We have 10 minutes for each presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. I will let whoever is presenting once we have just 1 minute left. We have 3 papers, as I said. The first one is Food and Beverage with Denomination of Origin and Tourism, Investigating the Consumer Profile by Cristiane Berselli, Eduardo Pacheco Tres Castro, and Adar da Silva Nana. Second paper is The Younger Traveler's Behavior Towards Sustainability, the Case of Western Costa del Sol. It was authored by Juan Inácio Pulido Fernandes, Jairo Casado Montia, Isa Lopes Sanchez, José Luis Duran Roman, and Isabel Carrillo Hidalgo. Third paper is entitled A Quality of Employment Index for the Tourism Sector in the Developing Countries, the Case of Uruguay. The authors of this paper are Madalena Dolce, Carolina Inês Garcia, and Natalia Porto. So let's start the first paper. Who's going to present? I'd like to call the author to present the first paper, Food and Beverage with Denomination of Origin and Tourism, Investigating the Consumer Profile.
Okay. You can see?
Yeah, we can see that the sound is a little bit, I'm not hearing very well. I don't know if the sound could be a bit higher, a bit stronger.
I can start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I am Cristiane Berselli. I am PhD candidate in tourism and hospitality at Univale, and these are my colleagues, Eduardo and Edar. My research is the importance of labeling food in tourism, investigating the consumer profile and motivations. Food quality is an important factor in increasing value during the tourist experience and for tourist choice, and maybe the main motivation in tourists' travel. Visiting the product sites increases visitors' knowledge and improves the socio-environmental understanding about the production region. So we have gastronomic tourism combined with rural tourism. The authenticity of traditional foods and beverages can positively affect the consumption intentions, and the prior knowledge about the consumer's food culture contributes to the quality of the tourist experience and favors the interactions between tourists and hosts. The consumers with prior knowledge is definite as on who has familiarity or expertise about some kind of product. And the object of this research was to analyze the relationships between motivations, prior knowledge, and socioeconomic factors, and the interaction to by labeling food and beverage. We propose it to contribute to identify the reasons that lead tourists to visit regions producing foods and beverage labeled with designation of origin, to test empirically the stress of variables that influence the purchase intention of labeled products, and to then define the consumer profile, and to a viable rural tourism, potentialities of gastronomic tourism activities by offering labeled food and beverage. Here we can see the methodology. This research was a quantitative study using previous validated scales and the data collected online, and we have had 469 valid respondents with 21 variables examined on a 60-point scale, like Likert scale. The rentability of variables tested by Alpha de Cronbach Alpha, and the stepwise line regressions to evaluate the influence of these 5 proposed dimensions, and we can see in the figure. So firstly, we did exploratory analysis and before the regression. About the results, the sample is have had a predominance of females, 72.8%. The age is between 36 and 46 years, and have had higher education. The income of 2 or 3 million wages and more than 5 million wages. We can see other statistical results, Kaiserman-Dublin, the Bartlett, and the significance. The items loaded in 6 factors explain 66.6% in total variance, and the alpha, the Cronbach alpha was 0.911. So in the table is possible to see the AV, the CR, and age value. We have the factors, the dimensions, and the number of variables too. The model was estimated in 6 stages. The model accounted for approximately 46.6%. The prior college knowledge was the greatest influence, before the cultural motivators, authoritarian motivations, and about the sociodemographic results. Principally, it was male, 46 years old, and people with postgraduate studies. So these 3 dimensions influence the by intention to consume food and beverage with label. The results indicate that prior knowledge is the main influencer of intention to purchase label of food and beverage. Tourists tend to have some familiarity with labeled foods and beverage, and cultural and authoritarian motivations are linked to travel intentions and the demand of labeled products. The experience of in rural communities committing tourists to buy labeled products. The search for the self in the others' everyday life otherness leads to the search for the true rural life of the communities. Although not confirming statistically the hedonic motivations, understood as leisure and recreation, this dimension constitute the core of tourist experience cannot be ignored by managers and planners. In conclusion, the tourist experience seems more complete when tourists get to know the community and its production techniques, and when they witness the respect for social and environmental sustainability. For the experience to be satisfactory, hospitality management must take place even before the trip, with accurate information that arouses the consumer's imagination. It is important to develop communication strategies directed to consumers who seeks knowledge about labeled products. By knowing the profile of this tourist, it is possible to plan and develop the destination that are producing labeled food and beverage. And the prior knowledge about tourists' interests in local experience cannot be negliged by companies, especially given the increased level of familiarity or expertise they demonstrate. These people know about these products and is an important dimension to consider. So thank you. And this is my email contact and email contact the Professor Eddard too. I'm happy for start here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. Just ended the presentation within the 10 minutes time. Very interesting presentation on geographical indications here in Brazil. I am the chair of the session, but also I'll provide a comment on the paper. So as I said, it's a very interesting paper. I used to be a patent examiner at INPI in Brazil. So I have my research, I use a lot of intellectual property data. So I enjoy research. I think it's very interesting to explore different types of intellectual property. And in the tourism sector, I think geographical indication has a great potential that's being explored in Europe very efficiently, very wisely. In Brazil, we still kind of need to catch up, and the paper makes a good contribution to assess the impact. And it provides an analysis of the potential market for rural gastronomic activities related to the destination's food and beverage, and with the specific regions that have a denomination of origin. And by reading the paper, I think it's very, as I said, very interesting. I think there is a very clear research gap. One thing that I would suggest for the paper is to identify the denomination of origin geographical indications that were addressed, because Brazil has 29 at present. 20 of them are Brazilian, 9 of them are foreign. And so in the paper, maybe I think a contribution or improvement could be focusing on, because these 20 denomination of origin, they are very diverse. They range from Vale dos Vinhedos in Rio Grande do Sul, but also banana, curupá in Santa Catarina, shrimp in Ceará, Pedra Carijó here in Rio de Janeiro, Própolis, honey from Alagoas. So I think it will be interesting to refine the focus and address the specific this denomination of origins in a further version. So that's my contribution. And I'd like to, we still have 2 minutes for comments. Do you have questions from the audience? Does anyone like to ask a question to Cristiane? Well, as I said, we have a very tight schedule, so thank you very much, Cristiane. The paper is really interesting. So by looking at the chat, we don't see a question. So let's move forward to the second paper of this session. The paper is entitled "The Younger Traveler's Behavior Towards Sustainability, the Case of Western Costa del Sol." So I would call one of the authors to present.
Yes,
the second.
hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Yaita. I'm one of the authors of this research. So if it's okay, I can start now.
Oh, sure. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
After a paper from Brazil, we have a paper from Spain. Very interesting.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, maybe I have a problem with the presentation. Okay, now. Here. Okay, now. Well, good morning, good afternoon from Spain. Thank you for the presentation, Gabriel. Well, I begin the presentation of our research entitled "The Younger Traveler's Behavior Towards Sustainability, the Case of Western Costa del Sol in Spain." Well, this research has been developed by our research group called LAINTUR, Laboratory of Analysis and Innovation in Tourism at the University of Jaén. Well, here you can see a table of contents that I will summarize in this presentation in order to fit to the time available.
Sorry to interrupt you. We can see your slides, but it's not in full screen. Is it possible for you to?
Sorry, could you repeat?
It's not in full screen. We're
not in full screen?
No.
I don't see the problem.
Yeah. But we can see the presentation. Just if yeah, we can see the slide. It's just smaller.
I don't know why.
Ya, Isa, pulsa F5, por favor.
Sorry?
Pulsa F5. Soy Jairo. Hello,
okay.
everyone.
Hi.
F5 y ya está.
I think you are sharing the wrong window. You're sharing the software window and not the presentation window.
Oh.
So you should take this sharing out and then share again.
Okay.
Sharing directly the presentation window.
Okay, sorry. I will try. Maybe now?
Oh,
no?
It's the same.
I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh, I think we can go ahead. We can see the slides anyway, because
Jairo, Jairo?
No, I was just trying to help you. You could stop this sharing, then you open your slides and put it on full screen before sharing your screen. And then you hit Alt Tab, and then you share only the full screen presentation.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Try this now.
Okay, I will try
It may
now.
help you.
Give me 1 minute. I don't know why. Okay. I'm going to open. Okay.
Hola, Yaiza. Creo que compartes bien tu pantalla. Lo único que no pasa esa pantalla completa es el propio PowerPoint. No sé si entiendes lo que te quiero decir.
Es que no es un PowerPoint, o sea, es el PowerPoint, pero para verlo con las notas y todo, voy a tenerlo abierto directamente aquí. Y vamos a ver ahora. Es que no entiendo muy bien qué es lo que pasa. Sorry. I'm going to try now. Vale.
It did not, it's still the same. Well, we are
Posso fazer uma
progressing with
sugestão?
the time.
Desculpa falar em
Sim?
português. Ali no bem na pontinha do PowerPoint, ela pode clicar ali que vai abrir maior essa apresentação. Depois dos 49% ali, se ela clicar ali, já fica maior.
Yeah, did you hear there is
Sorry, I can't hear you now.
There is a percentage on the right side, on the bottom right of your screen, there is one percentage that there's 49. You can see, you can raise it so that the slides become larger on the right side. Yeah, there is this one, and there's, you can.
This way is not good for you.
Not, yeah, but you can on the right, to the right, there is you are presenting with 49%. The slides can be a bit larger. True. Yeah. Now it's so. Then
more.
No, then it cuts the slide. You can go back a little bit too.
Maybe I can try to do in PDF. Let me try.
Yeah.
I'm going to try again. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
That's okay, Isa. If you want, you can send it to me and I can share it to you.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think now it's okay. It's okay. It's good. Yeah, it's perfect.
There you go.
Yeah. So go ahead. It's full screen for everyone now. Thank you, Isa.
It's okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Well, I start again. Well, I'm going to continue with the next. Okay. Now, okay. Well, I was saying that here we can see a table of contents that I will summarize in this presentation. And in order to fit the time available, now more than ever, the theoretical framework is not included, but for those interested, we will be happy to share the reference about our research. Therefore, I will present a summary of this following section: introduction, objective and hypothesis, case study, methodology, results, and conclusions. Well, regarding to the introduction, there is we know that there is academic, political, and industry consensus that tourism should become more sustainable, and in this process requires the participation of all stakeholders. In this regard, the role of the tourist is crucial in advancing towards sustainable tourism. We know that the subject in sustainable tourism research has significantly changed over the last 25 years. And in particular, sustainable tourist behavior is currently a thriving field of study. The understanding of pro-sustainable behavior and its true economic implication, it's an important subject for tourism destination marketers, policymakers, and private companies, of course, especially now after the COVID pandemic, which we have not yet overcome and from which we are beginning to recover. And this is a very good or a new opportunity to reinvent tourism in terms of sustainability. Well, we want to know about Generation Z. Although there is no single agreed definition, a Generation Z includes those born in the digital era between the late 90s and the late 2000s. Generation Z make up the largest group of consumers worldwide, comprising 32% of the global population, and are growing in influence on spending power, especially in tourism and hospitality. And in terms of travel behavior, Generation Z are often portrayed as socially and environmentally conscious, wanting a mobile-first approach because remember that they are true digital natives and desiring authentic local experience. In response to this growing significance of these generational cohorts in terms of growing population and purchasing power, we want to explore relation between the Generation Z and sustainability and help to map out the current state of knowledge on Generation Z within a tourism context and especially in implication for sustainable tourism. In that case, the focus of this work is on the western Costa del Sol in the province of Malaga, in the south of Spain, in Andalusia. Well, the two hypotheses that have been considered in this study are, first, that tourists belonging to Generation Z display more lax sustainability behavior than other tourists, and it should be noted that doesn't mean that they don't have a pro-sustainable behavior, but rather that on certain issues and for certain reasons that we will see, they are less committed than the rest of the generations. And secondly, tourists belonging to Generation Z are less willing to pay more to make the Western Costa del Sol a more sustainable destination. And with respect to this hypothesis, it should be noted that, as will be justified a low willingness to pay more for sustainable doesn't mean that they don't value or know the term or its importance. It's only study their economic commitment, not their knowledge or the importance they attach to sustainability. In order to test this hypothesis, we set out the following objectives. First, to evaluate the level of commitment, attitude, knowledge, and behavior with regard to sustainability of Generation Z compared to other tourists. And second, to estimate the premium price that Generation Z is willing to pay to visit a more sustainable destination. Well, that I said before, this analysis has been carried out on the Western Costa del Sol in the province of Malaga, in the south of Spain and Andalusia. And it's a typical mature sun and sand tourism destination with recognized problems of unsustainability. However, it's still a very well-positioned international destination. Although the region includes 9 municipalities, we have included 8 because one of them is an inland destination, so only coastal destinations have been chosen, which have also been the object of a requalification plan called Qualifica Plan, in which more than 100 million euros have been invested from 2008 to 2018, when the plan ended. Well, to give just a few recent data that contextualize the importance of tourism in this region, it's worth mentioning that in 2019, this destination received 13 million tourists with an economic impact of 14,442 million euros. And it's one of the highest figures ever achieved in this destination since records began. The last year in 2020, due to the strong negative impact of COVID on the tourism industry, the data showed a decrease of more than 9.4 million tourists. And now, this year, according to the latest data from 2021, the arrival of tourists have risen by 74%, but is still below pre-COVID data. Well, to verify our hypothesis, we conduct a questionnaire in the municipalities under study using a computer-assisted personal interview methodology with a tablet. And the survey was conducted between June and September of 2020 at the doors of the hotel and on the beach. And the first version of the survey was validated by 4 experts, and we made a pretest to 100 tourists in May 2020. And the final version of the survey was answered by 1,188 tourists. Well, the questionnaire was divided into 4 parts. The one is about sociodemographic information and the characteristics of the trip. The second part gives us information about the characterization of tourism demand in terms of sustainability. The third part is about the expectation and perception of these tourists regarding the sustainability of the destination. And finally, the fourth part is about economic implication associated with improving the sustainability of the destination. In few words, they're willing to pay more for a more sustainable destination. Well, also, as I stated before, Generation Z includes those born between the 1995 and 2010. But in this study, tourists between 18 and 26 years are of age were selected, since they are of legal age. Here are the details of the descriptive statistic used. To summarize, the difference between this group were analyzed by means of chi-square test for qualitative variables and Mann-Whitney for quantitative or semi-quantitative variables. And the normal distribution of the quantitative variables was confirmed by means of the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. Well, a summary of the most relevant results is shown below. Firstly, they were asked about the concept of a sustainable tourist destination. In this case, there is a little significant difference between Generation Z and the other generation and the other tourists. But to highlight a few data, Generation Z consider that sustainable tourist destination means that local business benefit from tourism, 65.3 versus 72.3 of the other tourists. And on the other hand, we can see also that they consider that sustainable tourist destination means that tourism improve the standard of living of those who live here. Another important fact that we can see at the beginning of the table is that most of tourists associate sustainability with the care and protection of the environment. But the concept of sustainability, as we know, is much broader. The triple bottom line of approach has 3 main interdependent pillars: social, environmental, and economic. And highlighted in blue, it's worth noting that about 50% of all tourists surveyed link sustainability to continuous growth of tourists. And it's a common misconception to link sustainability only to sustained growth over time.
We have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm going to summarize the most important. I'm going to go directly for the last part, if I have. Okay, just in relation with important aspect when traveling, Generation Z attach greater importance to choosing the cheapest option. With a median of 6, and also they consider important other things like learning about the destination or knowing the local culture, but price is a priority issue for this generation. And that's the last result I will show. Finally, tourists were asked about their willingness to pay more for the Western Costa del Sol to be a more sustainable destination. In that sense, it's important to know that a commitment with sustainability doesn't necessarily mean that the destination should be more expensive, but rather it could be a price strategy. Well, the difference in the cost of the trip between one generation and the other is striking. Generation Z spent around 574 euros with a median of 350, and the other generation spent an average of more than 1,120. And it's worth noting that only 10% of the Generation Z is willing to pay more for a more sustainable destination. Okay. In quantifying the extra cost, they will be willing to pay more. A more irregular distribution was found. the majority, 70.4, would pay just 10% more in relation with the cost of the trip. Under the generation, the percentage of people who would pay 10% is reduced to 55.5%. In conclusion, well,
we're really out of time.
Okay.
We need to close this. Finish. Just
okay, I will finish. Generation C was more critical of the sustainability of the destination analyzed. And this generation attached greater importance to choosing the cheapest, and destination must make an effort not to compete on price, but to turn sustainability into their differential fact and make it value in the market. And in relation with the willingness to pay more for more sustainable destination, only 10% of generation say will pay an extra amount of money. Okay, the limitations, it's the time we did the interviews in the middle of the pandemic, but this also allows us to see if the pandemic has resulted in a more sustainable behavior of tourists. Okay, I will finish here. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm at your disposal.
Right, yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. We have comments from scheduled for Carolina Garcia. Carolina, could summarize the comments, because we really are out of time in this session.
Sure. Yeah. I have some
Thank
notes. Yes, if you want, I can share them with you via email. But well, congratulations on your paper and the presentation. I feel that it deals with a very interesting and novel topic. It hasn't been very addressed by the literature, specifically for tourism and considering sustainability awareness of this generation. Just two suggestions were that perhaps you could include in the introduction more explicitly, which is the literature that leads you to your main hypothesis. Then you explain more of that into the literature review itself. But then in the introduction, I think it would be nice to state something in relation to that. And also concerning the characterization of the survey, you mentioned some things just in the conclusion. And I believe that it would be nice to have some further characterization in terms of place of origin, but also main reason for traveling and gender and other stuff before the analysis, so as to have that information beforehand.
Thank you so much, Carolina.
Okay.
Thank you for your insightful comments. It's a good solution to send the comments also to the email. So sorry, because we really have a tight schedule and we are behind schedule. So let's move on. Last but not least, the third paper of the session, Quality of Employment Index for the Tourism Sector in Developing Countries, the case of Uruguay. The paper was authored by Madalena Doce, Carolina Garcia, Natalia, and Natalia Porto. Carolina, we're going to present? All right, then I'll let you know once it's.
Yes, I'm presenting with Malena, and Malena is sharing her screen, and we're both presenting.
All right. Okay, we can see the screen, the slides.
Great. So, so I'm presenting this with Malena, as I mentioned, and we developed this work together with Natalia Porto. The three of us are from Universidad Nacional de La Plata, and our work is entitled Equality of Employment Index for the Tourism Sector in Developing Countries, the case of Uruguay. Just to show you briefly the roadmap for this presentation will include a motivation, the state of the art on the topic, then the database and the methodology we're using, the results, and finally the conclusion and next steps. So in terms of what motivated us to follow this work, we know that tourism is a complex and a broad sector that generates both income and jobs. But we have already addressed in previous works, also presented here at the workshop, these negative characteristics that usually tourism jobs present, that include low wages and temporary contracts, for instance. So here we want to know what this low quality entails and how we can measure it. And Broadly, this has been addressed more traditionally with aggregate indicators linked to job participation or unemployment rates, but a more novel approach has to do with multidimensional approaches of this issue. And this is what leads us to take a look at the state of the art of the literature and these multidimensional approaches. And in terms of quality of employment, we see that there is a growing concern that comes from international organizations themselves. And this includes the International Labour Organization, the OECD, and the Inter-American Development Bank. And for instance, the International Labour Organization states that decent work should be productive, but also deliver a fair income, a safe workplace, and social protection at the same time that it broadens personal development and social integration. And it is in this line that the literature addresses this quality of employment indexes development. For instance, Sembrook and others use the Alkire-Foster methodology. They find differences between Latin American countries in terms of quality of employment. But what they do is they weight all the different dimensions that they consider relevant to address quality of employment, they weight them the same. And then another literature that is that of precarity indexes instead uses principal component analysis methodologies and finds different weights for the different aspects that are included in this multidimensionality, which we will later address. This is also the case for quality of employment in tourism that have few antecedents, two in particular that we found that were both for Spain. And for instance, Santero Sanchez et al., they build this composite index of job quality in the tourism industry. And they see that the main variable of importance for job quality is the length of the working week. In our case, we are focusing on Uruguay, as the title of the work mentions, and we use data from the survey from Uruguay called the Encuesta Continua de Hogares. We focus on the years 2016 to 2019, and we only take salaried workers as they total about 32% of taxable wages, and they have social security contributions paid by both employees and employers. And this makes them eligible for all the main social benefits in Uruguay. And the dimensions that we follow, taking these two frameworks that I mentioned before, are the ones outlined there. Those 5 dimensions, in terms of employment, for instance, in each dimension, we consider different variables. In terms of employment, we take a look at seniority of the main job, labor shortage, and number of jobs. In earnings, we consider 2 main things. We stratify wages according to the number of times that their salary contains the minimum wage. And then we also consider the individual total income decile in the main occupation. Third, we consider hours as a dimension, and we take a look at hours worked per week and the recognition for extra hours worked if it exists. In terms of occupational safety, we take a look at the workplace and the type of company. And finally, in the social security coverage, we consider several rights at the same time that include formality, health insurance, sick leave, and salary bonus. And now Malena is going to present to you the specific methodology that we implemented.
Okay, so for building our quality of employment index, we use a principal component analysis to construct the individual weights of the variables, mainly because the idea behind a principal component analysis is to combine in a linear way the individual variables into components that account as much as the information between the original variables. So it's a methodology based on a correlation matrix, which also allows you to identify different patterns of association across the individual variables. And as Carolina said, it avoids us to state an equal weight of each individual variable into the index. So after we perform the PCA, we retain the first 3 components, which together they explain a 64% of the total variability and the data. And these are the ways. If you see the earning dimension and the hour work dimension are the ones that has a greater weight into the final index, and we also normalize the index between 0 and 1 for a better interpretation. So in general terms, the quality of employment index takes an average value of 0.67 point for all the salary workers in Uruguay. But if we take a look at the tourism sector and compare with the trade sector, tourism does not present average gender gaps. I'm sorry, tourism present gender gaps among their employees, but there is no gender gap between trade or, there's not a gender gap of quality of employment between trade workers. So afterwards, we use the age as a non-labeled variable to see how the quality of employment performs. And we see, as expected, the quality of employment gets better as the worker gets older. But we see that in tourist sector, the increase of the quality of employment, it is at a slower rate as the trade employees. So now I'm going to present the results in terms of the density function of the quality of employment index. So if we compare, again, trade between the quality of employment among trade employees and tourist employees, we see that the average quality of employment is higher among trade employees. And there is also a great dispersion among the distribution of tourism employees. And there is also a greater concentration of tourist workers in low quality of employment rather than trade. So afterwards, we see the performance of the index based on the level of education of the workers, and we take skilled workers as workers who has incomplete college or a higher level of education, and we see, as expected, that skilled workers perform better, but there is still an important proportion here of skilled tourist worker that concentrates on low quality jobs. So in terms of gender, we saw before in the table that the average quality of employment among male is higher than female, but there is so there is a gender gap on average, but this gap disappeared and slightly reversed in the first stretch of the distribution when there is a higher concentration of male workers among low quality of employment. So our main conclusions are that when we see the performance of our index in terms of age, we found that the growth of the quality of employment as the worker gets older is lower in tourist than in trade. And on average, tourism employees face lower quality of employment conditions when compared to trade. And there is also an average gender gap in quality of employment between women and men that disadvantage women for the tourist sector, but there is a thing, there is a concentration of men among jobs of low quality.
We have 1 minute.
Okay. So after this conclusion of the tourism employees, our next step of further lines of research are, well, what are the driving forces behind the worse quality of employment in tourism, or what are the type of jobs behind that reverse gender gap in low quality of employment among the tourist workers, or maybe what if we try to use our index for another type of worker, maybe self-employed, which, as Carolina said, they face a different social security regime, and maybe we want to know if the tourist sector has something to learn about collective bargaining, maybe from the trade sector. Okay, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina and Malena. We have time for a brief comment from Cristiane. Actually, we are ahead of time, but it's a break. We go a little bit and the break. So, Cristiane, do you have comments, brief comments to Carolina and Malena?
Yes, I could talk in Portuguese. My English is horrible.
Okay. No worries. I think they will understand. So.
Ok. Achei bastante interessante a pesquisa pela uma certa falta ainda de conhecimento em relação a essa qualidade dos empregos, né, na área do turismo. Principalmente se a gente fala num contexto de países em desenvolvimento ou países latino-americanos, a realidade é muito particular, talvez, do que países europeus ou países asiáticos. Eu fiquei curiosa em relação a quais tipos de empregos que os respondentes estavam, né? Quais tipos de empregos os respondentes estavam empregados, por uma vez que tem diferenças entre, dependendo do setor onde está trabalhando. Por exemplo, tem uma gama muito grande dentro do trade turístico de agências, restaurantes e hotéis, mas, por outro lado, nós temos também profissionais, por exemplo, como consultores, que é outra realidade dentro dessa questão do emprego, né? Inclusive, ontem eu vi a apresentação de uma pesquisa em que, durante a pandemia, esse tipo de emprego aumentou durante a pandemia, então eles não foram prejudicados, por exemplo, em relação à pandemia. E uma questão que apareceu nos resultados e que eu acho que é necessário se ter um olhar mais acurado em relação à questão do emprego para as mulheres, tendo em vista que dentro da área da hospitalidade se vê muito a questão da falta de qualificação e como se saber, por exemplo, limpar, né, no caso da hotelaria e ser governanta ou ser camareira dentro do setor, basta ter esse talento natural, digamos assim, em que se supõe muitas vezes que não há necessidade de ter uma capacitação para isso. E no Brasil, e acredito que nos demais países, nós temos tanto os cursos de turismo como os cursos de hotelaria para trazer uma qualificação para o setor. Então, é preocupante, de certa forma, porque a gente está formando profissionais qualificados, mas as ofertas de emprego ainda não correspondem salarialmente, principalmente, e em condições também de emprego e de qualidade no ambiente do serviço, num nível que seja aceitável para esses profissionais qualificados. Eu não sei se elas chegaram a pesquisar se essas respondentes tinham qualificação ou entraram no setor sem qualificação, e aí talvez fosse interessante ver se há uma diferença salarial quando esse profissional é qualificado e principalmente dar um olhar mais acurado para as mulheres nesse
Obrigado, Cristiane.
ambiente.
Obrigado pela contribuição. Thank you, Cristiane, for the...
Gabriel, muted.
For Brazilian, thank you. It's for Brazilian people, it's easier to understand Spanish than the other way around. And but we are running out of time, and Cristiane made comments about the job also for women, considered what type of jobs, and if the women in the sector, they are also have training to fulfill some positions. But it's a very interesting discussion. It's too bad we really run out of time for the next section. Actually is in 5 minutes. We can go on, yeah, then we will make 5 minutes break. I think Carolina suggested a very good alternative, like for the authors to correspond to each other via email. I think it's a really feasible way to kind of exchange more ideas. But I think we really need to have this 5 minute break. So I'd like to thank everyone for participating in the session. Very interesting, very productive. So we are closing the session and we have a 5 minutes break. So thank you, everyone. It was very knowledgeable, very interesting interaction. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Let's start. I believe all the authors are here already. Welcome. Well, this is the last session of the 13th Tourism Economics and Management. And we are going to listen to two presentations. And the first presentation will be tourism expenditure of households with young and elderly people. And the second one will be determinants of points expiration in frequent flyer programs. So the authors of the first paper are Rômulo Duarte, Vinícius Biscaio, João Praia Júnior, Amanda Bárbara de Arruda Silva, and Glauber Eduardo de Oliveira Santos. So I invite the authors or the one that will be presenting to start now the presentation.
That would be me, Veronica.
Okay.
Let me just start here the presentation. Can you see on full screen?
Not in full screen.
No?
No.
Okay. That's the same thing that happened. Just a moment.
Yes, you have to show the full screen.
Is it on full screen now?
Yeah, great.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Rômulo Duarte. I'm a PhD student at the University of São Paulo. And the paper that I'm going to present to you today resulted from a collaboration with my fellow colleagues at the University of São Paulo and our advisor, Professor Glauber Santos. And this paper was conducted in our research group, which discusses topics on tourism economics. So let's move on. So to give you a brief context on this paper, we all know that the travel and tourism industry is an important and very frequent part of the modern life of everyone. And we also know that what has been said in the literature, that traveling is can increase the overall well-being and the overall quality of life. And therefore, tourism consumption is considered a fundamental right. However, we also know from the literature that there are a couple of social demographic characteristics that may increase or decrease tourism consumption. And these characteristics are income, level of education, place of residence, work placement, race, and age. And if we consider specifically the effect of age on tourism consumption, we can see from the literature that age has an important effect on tourism consumption, but has been largely considered by the chief of the household age. And therefore, we know that there is a relevant gap in the literature, because we know that the other members of the households, they can also have an effect on how much people can consume tourism. So we know that the age of these people may increase or decrease tourism consumption, and not just the age of the chief. And in this paper, we consider specifically two different kinds of households. Households with people up to 17 years old and from 16 years old plus that constitute a family. And we also know that nowadays, families have a diverse range of compositions. And therefore, the objective of our paper was to analyze the effect of age on tourism consumption, with a particular focus on individuals at both ends of the age scale. So as I said, we distinguished two different groups: Group A with households with children and teenagers up until 17 years old, and households B and Group B, households with people over 16 years old. And we also considered the effects of age within a couple of social demographic characteristics, such as gender, place of residence, race, and health insurance. Just to give you a brief context on the methodology of this paper, it was conducted based on the microdata of our National Bureau of Statistics. And this bureau conducted a survey called Brazilian Household Budget Survey in 2017-2018. And we gathered 10 variables that we used to create our first database. And this first database resulted in 58,039 households within our country in Brazil. From this, we then filtered again to extract the two groups that we needed. The first one, Group A, accounted for 27,750 households with children and teenagers up to 17 years old, and Group B with 19,487 households with people over 16 years old. And an important aspect of this methodology is that we considered tourism expenditure as our variable to analyze tourism consumption. So just to present to you our main results here, you see on the left side of this slide the results from the Group A, the group with children and teenagers, and on the right side, the group with people over 16 years old. And on our Y axis, we use the variable average tourism expenditure per capita that we calculated using the tourism expenditure variable in the microdata. So you can see here for Group A that as the younger person grows older, as the minimum age increases, we can see an increase in the average tourism expenditure. And on the other side, on Group B, we can see that as the older person reaches around 17 years old, average tourism expenditure starts to decrease. You can see that there is almost a flat line up until the 17 years old, and then it starts to decrease after 17 years old, after the older person reaches 17 years old. Here we can see the relationship between age and gender. So here for the Group A, we can see a clear difference that men, they have households that are run by men. They have a greater average tourism expenditure per capita on both cases, actually, for Group A and Group B. But here we can see that there is a clear difference between men and female. And here, for Group B, we can see that men, they do have a greater average tourism expenditure, but once again, when both men and female reaches 17 years old, this starts to decrease, and with a steeper decrease in the case of men over 80 years old. Here, the relationship between age and race, we also consider this relationship. We can see here for Group A and Group B that there is a major difference between exclusively white families. They do have a greater average tourism expenditure. And what is interesting for the first group is that we can see for black and brown family, exclusively black and brown family, that once the younger person reaches 15 years old, the average tourism expenditure starts to increase. This could be explained that in this kind of family, adulthood starts earlier for other families. And here for the older group, we can see that there is a clear difference between the three different race compositions, but the exclusively white families, they do have a greater average tourism expenditure. And the relationship between age and place of residence, we can clearly see that people that live in the metropolitan area, on both cases, they do have a greater average tourism expenditure. And here's the same relationship that we saw first, that as the younger person grows older, we can see that those who live in the metropolitan area, they do display a greater average tourism expenditure per capita. And the same happens for the older group. Those who live in the metropolitan area, they do have a greater average tourism consumption per capita. And finally, we also analyze the relationship between age and health insurance. We can see clearly that those families that have access to health insurance, they have a greater average tourism consumption on both cases. And finally, just to summarize our main results here and to finish up, we can see that the age, it has an important effect on tourism consumption. In our paper, we analyze this by the tourism expenditure. And we can see these 7 points that were the main results from this paper. We can see that tourism expenditure increases as children grow older. Families run by men have greater tourism expenditure as the younger and older person get older. Tourism expenditure decreases from 69 years old. Exclusively white families have greater tourism expenditure compared to other families. Black and brown families have greater tourism expenditure only when the younger person reaches 15 years old. Families living in the metropolitan area spend more on tourism as the younger person gets older, and the access to health insurance increases tourism expenditure for families with people up to 16 years old. And we can see that these results that we found could help improve our public policies, specifically to diminish the striking inequalities in our country related to tourism consumption. And it could also be used to design specific tourism projects designed for this kind of family compositions. And as a limitation for this study, our main limitation is that these microdata are from pre-COVID area, and probably the results that we would get today will be a lot different. And this microdata, we can also we can also develop many other studies because it has a vast quantity and diverse amount of data available online. So thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you very much, Romulo. I will be the commenter of the paper. And first, I want to congratulate all the authors and for the analysis and for the idea of the paper. I have some comments more structured and I can send them to you later. But I think the gap is really clear. You identify the composition of the household age on Brazilian tourist consumption, and it's really interesting. I also like that you used the microdata of the family budget of households, from IBGE. It's a large database, and it's not very common to see, at least in Brazilian research projects, the use of this kind of data. So it is really very good in the sense. And I also think the analyses are very interesting. The groups that you selected and the comparisons and all the interactions between the variables, you know, it's for sure an innovative perspective. So from this point of view, I really enjoyed the material. It's all also very well written, the very clear, everything is very clear, we can understand all the paper and everything. I have some suggestions in order to improve the paper, you know, for submissions and future submissions, you know. I think that you will need to improve the discussions, because the presentation of the results are very clear, but they are only descriptive, you know. So you didn't bring the literature to reflect on the results you observed. So I think that you need really to show possible interpretations and how these interpretations will be based on literature, previous literature, and there are really interesting possible interpretations, the age effects, the gender and race effects, geographical effects, and also some specific issues related to the Brazilian context, such as elderly travel, you know, because we see the elderlies are traveling less or spending less, but we do not observe maybe in other countries. So maybe establish some comparison with data from other, you know, other studies. It will really, you know, enrich your material and make it more competitive for future submissions. And also, I think you could think better about the recommendations for future studies and make some more, you know, specific recommendations and technical also recommendations, because the use of this kind of data is not, you know, simple. So maybe you could leave for future researchers some you know, some reflections or some comments that they may use.
Okay.
Congratulations anyway. It's really a nice job, a nice work. I enjoyed very much reading it.
Thank you.
So now I will invite the paper Determinants of Points Expiration and Frequent Flyer Programs. I know that Carolina will present it, and the authors are Carolina de Paula Nunes Gavinho, Jéssica Aline Francos Frazão, me, Verônica Federmeier, and Glauber Eduardo de Oliveira Santos. Please, Carolina, are you ready? Oh, Carolina, we cannot hear you. I think you're muted. And
hello, can you listen?
Yeah,
can you hear?
Yes. You can listen, you know. Yes. And you can see you in this beautiful beach.
Sorry.
Amazing picture. Well, now, yes, now we can see the presentation.
I'll start the presentation. My name is Carolina, and this paper is a result of a collaboration from Fluminense Federal University and USP. Determinants of point expirations in frequent flyer programs. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, now it's done. I'll talk a little bit about frequent flyer programs and loyalty points. They were created in the 70s to attract and maintain the best customers through a mechanic of rewarding points. The programs evolved and became essential in relationship marketing strategies. With the growing adoption by a large number of companies, such as hotels, credit cards, and other retail partners, and with the emergence of loyalty clubs, loyalty points have become a profitable business. And they are also considered a relevant currency and a shadow currency, making it difficult to consumers to access the value in exchange for price and tickets purchased. Due to the complexity of this new currency, individuals do not make good decisions on managing them. Many people manage their points poorly, including making disadvantageous deals and letting points expire. So the academic gap on this research is that despite the size of it and the value for consumers and companies of loyalty points, there are few studies about frequent flyer programs in the recent literature dedicated to examine the tourist decision-making. Little is known about the perceptions and psychological process that involve the management of miles by the consumer. In particular, how customer engagement with loyalty programs may influence the effective use of loyalty points and the expiration rates. There is evidence that consumers with higher levels of usage and engagement adapt better to the program's mileage expirations policies. But there is a lack of studies on the consumer engagement with management of loyalty points. And the factors that may explain higher or lower levels of engagement with loyalty programs. So this study aims to examine the determinants of frequent flyer points expirations, and we investigate the role of customers' engagement with this model as a function of the perceived importance of points and the individual difficulty to manage this type of assets. I'll talk a little about the customer engagement related to airline frequent flyer programs. They are based on the amount of miles accumulated by the passenger on a given airlines that enable him or her to issue free tickets. In the United States, most part of these programs would establish the amount of miles needed for a round trip, or others could be based on the quantity of trips purchased. In Brazil, loyalty programs started using the fixed mileage concept according to the area. So a one-way ticket within the country would be needed 10,000 miles. For international trip to the States, 2,000, and for example, so that goes on. The main frequent flyer programs in Brazil are Smiles from Gol, and Múltiplos from Latam. Customer satisfaction, along with trust and perceived value, are important factors that could lead airlines to higher market share and profit. Yet, these frequent flyer programs optimization might be a challenge for airlines because the balance short-term profitability and customer engagement. The construct engagement can be defined as a customer's behavior manifestations that have a brand or firm's focus beyond purchase, resulting from motivational drivers. These behaviors aspects of customer engagement in this scenario can be associated with actions like checking the balance of points, monitoring changes in the rules of loyalty programs, checking points expirations, dates, accessing the program system frequently, using points, among other behaviors. Therefore, it's reasonable to expect that higher customer engagement levels will lead to lower levels of point expirations. And that leads us to our research hypothesis. The first one is that engagement with frequent flyer programs is negatively related to point expiration. We propose that the greater the importance of loyalty points, the greater will be the engagement with the program to manage loyalty points, thus preventing them from expiring. The second hypothesis is that perceived importance of frequent flyer program is positively related to engagement with these programs. And the third one is that perceived importance of frequent flyer programs is negatively related to points expiration. And this is briefly that loyalty programs are essential customers relationship tools, but their complexity raises many doubts as not all consumers comprehend the redemption mechanisms and often may not make wise choices. And given that the use of miles involves a relevant cognitive effort on the part of an individual, as the management of miles is an activity that can be difficult and complex, the easiness can affect customers' decisions to spend their miles. So we propose that when people feel confusion and difficulty in managing their loyalty points, they will probably engage less with the management of these points, which may increase the risk of not using them and let them expire. On the other hand, the more engaged people become with these programs, they will find the decision less difficult to make. And the fourth and the fifth hypotheses are that perceived personal points management difficulty is negatively related to engagement and frequent flyer programs. And the last one is that perceived personal point management difficulty is positively related to points expirations that leads to our model of hypothesis. So the constructs that we talked about are perceived importance, engagement, and personal difficulty that may be related to points expiration. The method we use on this research, we target the target of this study was the population of frequent flyer programs members in Brazil. They were approached by social media, and the questionnaire was made available on an online survey platform. The survey was conducted from January to May 2019, and a sample of 414 frequent flyer programs members participated. And this is a table that has some of the variables. It's just a part of the table just to illustrate how we made this study with the query. And have you ever had points on the same frequent flyer programs, and the questions. And the results conduct that data were analyzed with the help of structured equation model and confirmed that engagement is the consequence of perceived importance and the easiness to manage frequent flyer programs. Frequent flyer points and a relevant cause of points expirations. The statistics considered indicate a good performance of 3 measurement scales that are engagement, difficulty, and importance. They were all examined and confirmed by a confirmatory factor analysis that was conducted, and also was the regression way to, standardized regression weights were analyzed as indicators of convergence validity. And this is the final model of our work. Results shows all previous defined hypotheses were supported by the estimates, with the exception of the third one. Perceived importance of frequent flyer program is negatively related to point expiration. The estimation found a non-significant positive weights instead. And instead on the first hypothesis, we confirm that customer engagement levels lead to a lower level of points expiration, and less engaged consumers are more likely to let points expire. Because of the time, I'll pass to the conclusion, but our results corroborate that if people feel confusion and difficulty in managing their loyalty points, they will probably engage less with the management of these points, which may increase the risk of not using their points and let them expire. And to end, we think our findings confirm that engagement is the consequence of perceived importance and the easiness to manage loyalty points, and the relevant cause of points expirations. The results of this research suggest that companies that own loyalty programs still benefit from the lack of transparency strategy that is a characteristic of the airline miles market, and from the general lack of financial education of its users. Following the footsteps of international scenarios with more mature industries, loyalty programs should propagate redemption opportunities to become less and less dependent on tourism. This should include more products and service offerings. That is a good indicator that for a more competitive and advantage scenario from the for the consumer. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for the presentation, Carolina. And now I invite Romulo Duarte to comment on the paper. Please, Romulo.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi again. Hi, Carolina. So first things first, I would like to congratulate you and the other authors on the paper. I have a couple of comments, and I think that first of all, the paper that this survey that you conducted is one of those papers that we think that this is such a logical relationship. How hasn't anyone studied this before, right?
Yeah.
Because we can see that from the beginning to the very end, the logical relationship between the idea of the frequent flyer programs and the difficulty related, and how people perceive this. So that's a very interesting point regarding the paper. I think that's as I said, is a relevant topic, because the idea of mileage, rewarding and loyalty points, they do constitute this shadow currency, which is a term that I didn't know before. And it is kind of difficult to really understand how do we compare a certain amount of mileage to a certain amount of money. So that's very difficult to compare. And by that, you have a clear theoretical gap, because you discusses the perceptions and psychological process in the manager of these points and how this can influence their decision making. And you do present a relevant and updated literature on the loyalty programs and frequent flyer programs, and you do explain this. However, I think that maybe it's because I'm not an expert on this, and I still think it's a little bit hard to understand how a loyalty program works and how mileage can be compared, or how it would be compared to a certain amount of money, for example. I still find it hard after reading your paper. So maybe perhaps it would be interesting to invest some time and some effort to explain this a little bit better, if you find that fit for your paper. And I also found that you had a rigorous methodology and that compiled in your results. So you had a confirmatory factor analysis and a structural equation modeling, and your results corroborate the discussion in theory. So the only thing that I would like to pinpoint here is that I wasn't so sure when you used the theoretical background of choice overload to extract perceived difficulty, because you extract perceived difficulty from choice overload, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I wasn't so sure because and again, maybe I'm not an expert on both of these topics, but from what I could understand from choice overload, it implies that people experience some cognitive difficulty while choosing among many options. And in your scale, when you develop your scale, I did not see any. I mean, I saw only one item that reflected that implied the choice, and the others implied only the difficulty. So I'm not sure if the bridge that you have established between choice overload could be translated into perceived difficulty. So it's just something that I had struggled to understand. Maybe it's crystal clear for you and for the other authors, but that was something that stood out for me, and maybe it's something that you could look into it for the next steps of the paper. But overall, thank you very much again, and congratulations on this paper.
Thank you, Romulo, for your comments. And in fact, it's very difficult to manage the value of points and money, because there's not a fixed formula for this, and systems are always changing the value. There's also the inflection that reflects on the money and also in the air miles. So it's still a shadow currency. We cannot, there's not a formula for an amount of miles corresponds of, I don't know, $10. We cannot set a model from this. It's always changing. But that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to understand and process the value of the air miles. And about the other comment you made about choice overload, it's also I'll think about it. Veronica helping in this construct, but I understand what you were talking about. Maybe one of the points is when you are looking for a ticket, you have to compare, and there's always a lot of options. You can make a redemption, you can sell your air miles, or you can mix money and miles, or you even can let your points expire. Some of the options is when you during the process of buying an air mile tickets. I think it's more of this way we thought about it.
Okay, get it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all for your comments. Thank you, Carolina, for your presentation. And now we are running out of time. I want to invite now Luciana Ranzella. Luciana will present to us the webpage of the Ibero-American Network of Tourism Economics and Management. This is really a very important thing, a very important moment for this network. And please, Luciana, feel free to start.
Well, thank you, Veronica, for the presentation. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here presenting the news about the Red Iberoamericana de Investigación en Economía y Gestión de Turismo. In this opportunity, I'll be telling you how was the process to formally recognize this network that have been working for more than 10 years. During January 2021, we carried out the presentation of the network to formally recognize it by the Asociación Universitaria Iberoamericana de Posgrado. For this, we contact 29 researchers from 12 Ibero-American countries. In the first place, we contacted researchers that belong to universities that are members of this association mentioned before. These are from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Spain, Mexico, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay at the moment. We are in the process of adding more researchers from other countries and other universities that don't belong to the association. The areas of knowledge of these professionals are various, such as administration, accountancy, economics, and tourism, and their work encourages theoretical and practical training with methodology that allows understanding the complex phenomena of the tourism sector. The application was submitted on January, like I say, I'm proposing as coordinator of the network Doctora Natalia Porto of Universidad de La Plata, and as main promoter, Gabriel Brida of Universidad de la República. The formation of this network in tourism economics and management arises with the aims of promoting research and training in tourism from the perspective of economic and management. At the same time, it aims to create a formal framework for the growth of a group of researchers that have been working independently for more than 10 years, and thus to position itself in Latin America. From the Asociación Universitaria Iberoamericana de Posgrado, they propose the creation of research networks and provide their endorsement for their consolidation. This association offers different financial aids for the creation of websites, mobility grants for teachers and young researchers, organization and assistance to scientific technical activities, and encourage cooperation in research between member institutions. Among these grants, one of the first requested was for the creation of the network website, which we already finished, and now we await the approval by the AWIP. I will share this screen to show you the website. You can see it now?
Yes.
Well, this is well, the first page. You will find a little brief about the network, the ones that belong to the network, some news about the activities that we are going through, and we have a form that you can full to join to our network, and you are very welcome if you want to join it. In the first section, you can find well, the main objective of the network and some specific objectives, and then you can find the background of the network, in which is the workshop. In the next section, you can find the researchers that are part of the network at the moment, and the universities that it's the coordination and the promoter, and then all the other universities that are part at the moment. Then you can find some activities. We will try to add some languages to the page when we can, so you can find it then in English or Portuguese, maybe. The activities that we have here at the moment are the workshop and some seminars that have been, we have this year and the last year in function. Then you can find some publications of the members of the network, and we aim to add more works of the members to share the works that the members are doing. And then you can find a section with the contacts to write us about if you want to join us or if you want to share some work with us. So if you want to join us, you can fill the form that is here and we will contact you. I will left the website in the chat if you want to join us. You can see it. Okay, thank you, Veronica.
Oh, thank you, Luciana. It was really a nice presentation of this amazing website. It's really beautiful. I know it's been a long work. It's not easy to, you know, to establish this web of researchers. In fact, I still didn't, you know, reply your invitation. I'm very sorry about that, but now I will do it very in a hurry. I will do it in a hurry. In fact, I was with some, you know, questions and doubts about it, but then I can talk to Natalia and you later. So congratulations again. It is amazing. And it is a very good way to start the closing of our workshop. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to invite my friend and colleague, Professor Felber Santos from Universidade de São Paulo, to close our 13th workshop, Tourism Economics and Management. Unfortunately, Professor Gabriel Brida is not now here, and I would like to see if Natalia wants also to say a few words.
Me or Glover?
Oh, you can start.
No, I only want to thank all of you for being here. I think the workshop is a great space and time to meet each other, and we can continue with the workshop because if you see, there are people that are coming, going, and it is a very good point to meet, to learn, to research, to know each other. And it has some things like the network and the web page that, as already Luciana said, it has a long work to be today at the web, and we are very happy for that. This is an effort of all of us because no one of the people that are here are have a pay for this. Luciana works all for free. Romulo, I think, works all for free, and it is very valuable. So I appreciate it very much. So I want to thank especially Romulo, that it is the best person of my year. So I really appreciate your work. And I really appreciate the work of Luciana this year also with the RED, the network, the association. It is not easy to deal with these associations. They don't understand that we have some limitations. but with people as Romulo and Luciana, as people with Carolina before and Anna before, we can stay here today. So thank you very much.
Well, I would also like to thank all the people who helped organizing this workshop and all the people who attended and presented their papers. I think the discussions were really nice. It's really nice to see such a diversity of topics and methodologies being used to study tourism and tourism economics and management. I really think that for Brazil, the workshop is a very important, a very important standard to show people and discuss high-level research. Tourism is a very diverse topic, and in Brazil, we really need to put forward this kind of high-level research with high-level methodologies and so on. So I think maybe this is also a very important opportunity to discuss and to learn for other South American countries, but also it's very, very nice to see people from Europe and from other places in the world also participating. So the workshop is getting bigger, is getting more and more important. Of course, we are eager to meet each other in person again, maybe next year. It's been a long time since our last meeting, and it's also very nice to have dinner and to maybe, you know, talk and chat after the presentations. So really hope to see you maybe in Niterói, maybe in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro next year. So thanks to Natalia, to Brida, to Bibiana, to Veronica, Osiris, Romulo, and all the people who helped us to organize. And see you next year.
Thank you very much, Clovis. See you next year. I already miss you, but we will meet. We will meet personally, face to face for change. Okay, thank you very much. We see you in 2022. Thank you very much for all the authors and all the collaboration, our friends, my dear Romulo, for all the support. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Nos vemos.
Thank you. See you.
Ciao.
Chao a todos, chao.